Recording in progress.
December 5th, 2022. We'll call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock. Will you please stand and join me in Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Lisa, we call roll, please.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Here.
Councilmember Hubbard. Here. Councilmember Wong.
Here.
Councilmember McGraw.
Here.
Mayor Winchell.
Here. Next, we move to item 4, adopting the agenda. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve agenda.
Motion by Councilmember Hatfield,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard to adopt the agenda. Correct, or questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Motion carries. Moves us to item 5, visitor presentation. I have on here lost and found cat volunteer Linda Hoffman.
Hi, yes, speaker, please.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Linda Hoffman. How are you doing?
Good.
So, I need glasses now to see. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, so my name is Linda Hoffman, and I'm the lost. Sorry, I knew I'd get emotional. I'm the lost and found cat volunteer for Chaska and Carver County. Sorry. I'm also known as the Chaska Cat Lady, and here are the main points that I wish to make. And this is something that's very near and dear and a great passion of mine, is cat welfare. At this point in time, there is no animal control impound location for found cats in Chaska. When cats are found and obviously lost, the finders, such as the few I have here, and there's more, have had to scramble frantically to find friends or family members to house them while searching for the owners and to get them safely off the streets. In 2022 alone, there were at least 11 cats found that I was informed about and I've had record of that needed a safe place to land. In the packet I have put together for all of you, I have provided a list of occurrences and found cats in 22 here in Chaska. And there is a definite urgent need for a contract to provide animal control for found cats in Chaska. I have provided information in here about other animal impounds here in Minnesota, how they operate, and strongly suggest to model an animal impound after pups in Maple Grove. And in this packet, I said I'm presenting the information that includes the reasons why an impound is so needed here in Chaska, actual occurrences with cats in Chaska, information I have given to Elise Durbin with the City of Chaska in May 2022, the 2019 domestic cat impound policy for the Chaska Police Department when there was a trial program that started in April 2019. And also testimonial letters from Chaska residents and my supporters, as well as the Carver County Calvert Scott Humane Society organization. I didn't think I'd break down like that, I'm sorry. Please take this urgent need very seriously. Read all the information that I have provided. I hope the important information included will convince you how urgently needed the contract is for Chaska, and I hope that a contract can be implemented to start ASAP in 2023. And I also want to add to, real quickly, Thursday night, I was home for 5 minutes. I received a message someone in my neighborhood, they found a little 7-week-old kitten crying underneath a car, really cold. Well, I had a little roommate for the night, and it was so hungry and cold, it would not have survived the night. And that's another place so important. And he's doing well. He's seeing a vet. He's with a rescue that got him to a vet right away. So I just want to say that my supporters, myself, and the cats, thank you. And may I approach, please?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
give you,
If you want me to, I can hand them out for you.
sure, I have them all labeled on the tabs. I'm sorry I didn't get you one.
Oh, that's
No,
fine,
you're
that's
gonna be
fine.
here.
I'll grab a copy of
This
theirs.
is- Oh, I can email it to you.
All right. One from each envelope?
Yes.
Okay.
So like I said, it's a big passion for all of us. We've put in a lot of work, a lot of time to make sure the cats are safe. They're right up there as important as the dogs. And they cannot speak for themselves, so we are their voice.
So, Matt, can you give us some history why, it sounds like there was a trial regarding?
Yeah, I was gonna have, I asked Ryan to just put something together quick to just give a history of.
Okay.
Of what this is, so I don't know if you can reach the microphone there.
See.
There you go.
Well, first off, Ms. Hoffman and those that join you up there, I thank you for your efforts and your care for animals. I'll do my best to fill in some gaps, Mr. Mayor. From what I understand, and you had mentioned in 2019, which predates me with the agency, that there was some kind of a trial in place for the cats. And I don't know all of the specifics of the successes or failures that may have occurred as part of that trial. But when I did start here after April of 2020, we did renegotiate a contract with an organization, and they were very insistent that it was just for the impound of dogs. So more or less, from my past knowledge, it's been more or less a limitation with the impound service in terms of what animals they would accept and what they would not. And staff had updated me at the time, just again, given the limitations of different vendors, different entities, that we had very few options in terms of animal impounds.
And may I add, when it was started in 2019, it was going to be a 6-month trial program. And in the short 1 month that it was in place, there were like 4 or 5 cats found that were in need and were never reunited with their families, because I take every step possible to post, to check for microchip, et cetera. And I'm not sure why it was canceled after a month. Officer Garcia called me and said it was canceled. It was pretty disappointing, but, you know, as you will see in all the information I have included with information from everybody, that it's a very serious situation here. And the cats that we have found are definitely lost. There's been very few that have been reunited with their owners due to not being microchipped. No one claimed them. And there's protocol that I follow.
Linda, could you talk maybe more toward the
I'm
microphone?
sorry.
No, that's right.
There's protocol that, you know, we all follow to post on Facebook, on Nextdoor, put up flyers, spread the word, talk to neighbors, everything possible to find the owner. I have a microchip scanner, and with the exception of Woody, who was lost in August and found in November, the day after the election, he had a microchip. None of them have had microchips. And so it comes to where they are definitely lost, they're stray, and they're definitely not feral, but they do need a safe place to go, and it should be up to only the residents to have to take on that responsibility to find a place for them to go. I believe that the city and the residents can all work together to come up with a solution. You know, I will always help to the best of my ability, but we cannot do it alone. anymore. And there's so many cats that have been hit by cars that I have personally been notified and picked up and had cremated, and nobody's claimed them. That's another big part of this, and I'm not, we're all still going to be there for the animals. We just need the city to step in and help, because it is a very serious, ongoing issue.
Did you say in the envelope you included some examples of other cities and then potential vendors too?
Oh, yes.
Okay, because what I would suggest that we do is maybe I could keep one of your folders, and if you gave us a chance to go back and actually look through that and do some research and then come back to you guys, and we can certainly inform you, Linda, about when that would be. So we could come back and see if it's something we want to do a work session for. If we want to do something like that, we can certainly put together that information.
I mean, is it a similar, does anybody know, is it a similar cost to what dogs are?
Wasn't it that event, well, my experience comes from actually working with the city of Chanhassen and instituting it. This was when I was the general manager at a dog boarding facility in Chanhassen a decade ago, and it was very labor intensive and expensive. And so I don't know what Chanhassen does anymore, but we took on the approach of the Humane Society of America, or Humane Society of the United States, whatever it's called, and their approach towards more collaborative efforts and almost coalition efforts, working with rescues and things. So I don't know what Chanhassen does now, but because of how labor intensive it was and almost unsuccessful to put the cats in the situation, we were a luxury dog boarding facility. It's the Hound Dog now. It was the Canine Club. And it was extremely expensive. I had hundreds of dollars per animal. So I don't know what it is now. That was 10 years ago. But I do think
Are you saying that they house the animals?
yeah, we
Oh,
were
okay.
at the Chanhassen's impound
I got
facility.
you. Okay.
And I don't believe they are now, but
Sure.
it just, when we worked with like rescues and things, I don't know, have you took any steps with, because the Humane Society of the United States has a whole, basically like plan laid out of dealing with housed cats, unhoused cats, and wildlife cats. And they have a lot of steps. And I'm not saying like the city shouldn't be a part of that. It's a collaborative effort. But I'm just wondering if there's been any collaborative efforts to like coordinate with a certain rescue or veterinary hospital to do more TNRs or anything. And that's maybe something that just hasn't been done, but.
Michelle here had a good idea too, that she.
You have to
it's in the-
speak into the microphone. I need you to state your name, please. too.
Hi, I'm Michelle McCune, and I'm a resident of Chaska. And one of the things is that, thinking outside the box in our area, I was thinking maybe contacting Petco, who's open 7 days a week. They're open late in the evening, so that most of the time when we find a cat that needs to be housed somewhere, perhaps maybe Petco might want to partner with us, and because they have lots of cages, they do, before COVID, I believe they had cats up for adoption in that area. So, and they have now, I think they're expanding to vet services, so that, I'm thinking maybe perhaps thinking in that direction, maybe getting Petco. It's somewhere, it's already established, it's here in our community, and it's a place where people can take the cat if they can't bring it into their home. And so that was one thing. Or, there might be some local veterinary clinics like Chaska Valley. I don't know, there might be other vet clinics out there, that's the one I use. But perhaps maybe veterinary clinics might want to partner with us to say, okay, for a fee, we'll be happy to be a drop-off center. We might check out the cat. And then with all of us and social media and perhaps getting that out into the community, we could look at, advertising that if you have lost a cat, please check Petco, check Chaska Valley Vet, or, someplace where people can go and get their cat back. I mean, I don't know about all of you. I know I own 2 cats, and, I keep them indoors. But, what if something happened, they got outside? What if there's a fire, someone broke in and they escaped? I would want somebody to take my cat and take it somewhere to where I can go and check to see if it's been found. I mean, it's heartbreaking when you lose a pet and you don't know what happened to it, the outcome. And sadly, I too, one that I was trying to catch, I saw it on the dead on the side of the road, and it was just horrible. It still haunts me. And I'm sure many of you up there, might be pet owners too. I'm sure that you would want a place to go and see if someone found your lost, cat, so anyways. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nicole Peterson. So I've just started rescuing cats, and so far I've rescued several, and one was missing for 5 months, and they got reunited with their owners. They were so excited. But anyway, so I've also rescued a couple of really nice, sweet cats, and I'm like, okay, what do I do with them? I have an apartment, my landlord wouldn't let me have them. Anyway, so I'm like, do I keep them in my car? I called the Humane Society, and it takes about 2 months to surrender a cat. And I'm like, 2 months, what do I do with this cat for 2 months? And I don't want to throw it back outside, so it's like, and if it actually was somebody's kitty, like that one that I found, within a few days, I found the owner via Facebook and all that. So then, it'd only take a few days to have them, and that wouldn't cost very much money. I mean, a few, food and a little bit of litter and somebody to hold it and keep it somewhere. So I know you said a couple $100 or whatever per animal, but for cats, they don't eat very much, and they just need some love and a place to stay until we find them a home, and usually if it is actually somebody's cat, it'll only be a few days, so that can't cost that much, but anyways, that's all I have to say, if that helps.
I think some of it is like cats are a lot more contagious, like to each other. Feline leukemia is a very real thing. We had to I literally did this as a job, keep cats so separate. And so that is an important thing. I would never bring a house cat in with my cat for fear of that. And she's vaccinated, but
May I
yeah.
say one thing? I volunteer at Faribault Farm down in Faribault, and they have over 400 cats in their sanctuary, and some of them, if they have the leukemia, as long as they're all neutered and spayed, to catch it is very, very, very rare. But you can also test them to see if they have it, but anyways.
And I just want to add, when 2019, when it was implemented, I know Four Paws has a set amount per month that he charges for dogs. Last I remember it was $500 a month, no matter how many, whether it was 1 dog, 5 dogs. And Chanhassen has a contract for dogs too, found in Chanhassen,
For dogs or cats now?
for dogs. And I know that Four Paws, charges one flat rate. And last I checked, it was like 500 back when they were going to start it in 2019. And I didn't have a chance to get hold of Scott at Four Paws to see what they charge now, but I know it's $500 a month for the animals. And that involves the boarding, the food, if there's any vet care needed, supplies.
If it's a stray cat, who pays that 500?
Well, didn't it come out of the Chaska police budget?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of there's a few different issues, and we could sort of put it together in one thing, but a couple of the things was Four Paws as a contractor, because I believe we still use them now, has expressed that they do not want to impound cats. So that's been an issue. We'd have to find some type of different vendor to actually do that if we did it. But the other issue between cats and dogs is typically the people coming to actually get the dogs is a pretty high rate of return to the owners. And when they come, they're the ones that are responsible for paying for it. And so it ends up, we have a retainer fee that exists to basically have these guys on call so that when we have a stray animal that's a stray dog that's there, that we call them, they impound it, and then we try to figure out who the owner was, and then we try to get them reunited, and then that owner's responsible for the fee. If there's no owner that's associated with it, then it becomes a fee of the city. But that's the kind of stuff we could sort of talk about as far, because a challenge has been getting contractors that are willing to actually work with cats too. And one of the challenges has been is that there's not as many cats that are reunited with the owners as there has been dogs.
And I just wonder if there's more efforts not to negate like housing cats. I know that's an issue too, but like TNR efforts and microchip efforts. Chief Cyber, I believe we still have the clinic annually the affordable clinic, and that has a microchip. So I don't know if maybe there's ways we can partner to do more spay-neuter services. There certainly Mission Animal Hospital and Minnetonka, I believe it is, things like that. So I don't, those are kind of the creative, more than just saying, where can we shove a stray cat for 3 days until no one claims it, or someone claims it, of like, what are those creative things that could be done to help with the population? Because I had a cat that lived in my childhood home's backyard for 9 years happily. Great. It was no issue. I believe it was neutered, so it wasn't making babies with anyone, but it actually just recently passed away. And my neighbor was really sad. We called her, well, he called her Kitty and I called her Molly with different names, and it was a boy, so Molly the boy cat. So like, are there creative ways we can look at it that way to help with the population, but also, you know, when someone's cat does go missing, those are, and that's where the Humane Society of the United States has some creative ideas that I wonder, have we, you know, have we looked at partnering with the Humane Society in Carver, Scott County? We're very lucky to have one. So what of those things have been done or could be done?
And I just want to add that Carver Scott has taken in some cats from Chaska, from Carver County. You know, it's a cat by cat case. But yeah, they took in 1 or 2 yesterday. Was it yesterday, Sunday? Yes. And, but yeah, I firmly believe in microchipping. My cats are microchipped. My cats are registered. They have collars. They have name tags. I mean, what would it entail to, hate the word require, but require pet owners to have their cats microchipped? Dogs are required to have licenses.
Only if they license them.
What?
Only if they license them. You know, that's the whole thing, you know. Yeah, we encourage it strongly, but there's still people out there that just don't do it. You know, because they say that it's an inside animal and until it gets away, just like that, you know. I'm sure it's pretty similar with the cats.
And I wasn't aware that Four Paws didn't want to take cats from Chaska, but they do from Shakopee, from Prior Lake, from Savage.
Yeah, it's something they've shared with us in the past.
Yeah, and I don't know the particulars of other contracts with cities, but I know that when our staff researched and re-entered into the contract with Four Paws, you know, going on about 3 years ago now, that cats were off the table with our contract. And, you know, the figures thrown around, I know it's $450 a month is what we pay now on a month-to-month contract, and that is something that we tried to vet, and for whatever reason, that just wasn't a component of our contracts.
So there's no way that they would combine cats with the fee for the dogs?
Not at the time that we negotiated the contract, no.
Yeah, and like I said, I think we can go back and we can reinvestigate some of this stuff and have these discussions and do that. You know, everything we're talking about is information that is old information. It's, you know, it's based on what we currently have as a contract, but it doesn't include cats, and if it did, it certainly would, I would expect that it would be more than just what it is for dogs.
Okay, so Matt, you said you're going to go through and review all of
Yep.
this. But from my standpoint, what can I do to help with this? What, I mean, obviously I want to be included, I want to be helpful.
Yep. What I would say
What would be
is,
the next step?
what I would say is let us get through this stuff and sort of formulate sort of the things that we need to look at. And then I think what would be really important is for us to understand what are some realistic objectives of what we're trying to accomplish here, and you know, to really understand what would be considered success. And so I think that's what we'd want to talk to you about is, you know, from your perspective, what would you consider success, so that when we're going out and we're actually looking at these different alternatives, that we understand what is it exactly we'd be looking at, and what is it exactly we're trying to get some information on.
And Cassandra, the new director at Carver Scott, she wants to be involved in this. She's helpful. I've talked with her at length recently at their open house, you know, on Give to the Max Day, and she wrote a phenomenal letter with very helpful tips and her support and everything. So we have,
Do they take cats over there?
like I said, on a case-by-case basis. Like if there are any more kittens found in Brandondale, they said that they will take them. You know, this little one was only 7 weeks old. They will take in kittens, you know, based on the space that they have available. So, it's like I said, it's on a cat-by-cat basis.
So, help me, I think I heard you say when you were talking that way, that's why I had you talk back this way into the
Sorry.
mic, that the reuniting ratio is pretty low about who you're finding as an owner.
That's correct.
What are you doing now with those cats that aren't reunited? What happens?
Boy. Well, first of all, the first step is find somewhere for them to stay, check for a microchip, post on social media and the internet. If not, then I post on and Cats in Danger, another rescue group on Facebook. I put in applications to rescues. I post on my Facebook page because I have a lot of connections with
Right.
rescues. It may take a while. So sometimes, like my friend Catherine, had to hold on to a cat for 3-4 days till rescue was found, or by chance if a spot opened up at Carver Scott. So it could be a week, it could be a few days. And like I said, you know, the humane societies, the big ones in Golden Valley, they have like a 2-month wait. So that's where we have to turn to the rescues to help and, you know, beg with people, can you hold on to the cat till we find a rescue, you know? So that's where the challenge is.
Okay. Well, I think we'll, like what Matt was saying, let us go through this. Let's see if we can figure something out. I'm sure there's ways for us to communicate already.
Yeah, I have Linda's contact.
And let's look at it, because, one, on a visitor presentation, we can't take any action. And there's really not any action to take because we're really not sure the direction to go.
I know, it's a
So
work in
let
progress.
us take a look at this. Thank you all for coming and bringing this to our attention.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that you've reached out in the past, and I wasn't sure which direction, where we're supposed to go either. So,
It's going to be an ongoing concern, you know,
we'll,
and,
we'll look at it and see where we can go, and then we'll have to look at it from there, but otherwise we can just, yeah, we just can't, there's no resolve tonight.
Oh, I-
But
oh, I fully
it's about
expected
bringing it to our attention, and we'll look into it.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of you. I mean, I will never pretend that I know everything, and
oh,
so
I don't either.
this is helpful information and enlightening, and I'll be 100% honest, it hasn't really dawned on me that dogs and cats would be treated differently in what impacts it. So I appreciate it, because it's always impressive when you have a passionate group of citizens who take their time and their efforts and put themselves out there to speak up for, you know, truly something that's voiceless in this case with a cat. Because like I said, it's good information and it educates me again, because like I said, I'll never pretend I know everything, and part of this opportunity that I've been given here is just to learn. So appreciate you being here, what you do, putting yourself on social media, which is always difficult at times, right? And doing what you do for the cats.
Well, thank you. And one suggestion too is like maybe with a fee for cats, since it's so, you know, not set like dogs, maybe like a cat by cat fee, like $50 or something, you know, per cat fee, you know, based on, you know, when they're found and if the owner's not found, you know, that's a suggestion.
Well, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. You know, I had an experience where a stray cat actually found its way to my doorstep. This is probably about 15, 17 years ago, so it was a long time ago. And, you know, this was Halloween night, lots of people running around, lots of cars, and this cat, no collar or anything, you know, comes up to my door. And, you know, the trick-or-treaters came and went, but it stuck around and just kept stuck around. And we were just like, well, this cat's here, it doesn't belong to anybody. So we took it in for a while. My allergies were killing me for a few days. We, you know, asked around, we put up some signs in our neighborhood. Nobody knew whose cat it was. and eventually, called the Chaska PD, and this is, like I said, it's 15, 17 years ago, so this is a long time ago. And at the time, it was all we can do is just release it somewhere in the wild, right? That was the policy back then. I don't know if it's changed. But, from there, we were like, well, we can't just relocate the cat, right? Because, it may belong to somebody, but it didn't look like it was a feral cat. It looked like probably a house cat that got away. So we actually searched for a while, found a no-kill shelter, and, would hopefully found a new home for that cat. But, I didn't realize it's still something that's ongoing, so thank you for bringing this back up, because it's something that, we don't know what we don't know. And until we hear about it, it's, sometimes we just got to hear about it, and it's good to hear once in a while that, that, hey, there's something there that we can take a look at and see if we can solve.
I appreciate it.
Could I say something?
Yep, come on up,
This is
just
Marcy.
state your name.
Hi, I'm Marcy Zierman. I live in Chaska. I've done a lot with cats myself. That's how I met Linda. She's amazing. She's done so much. When I get into a bad situation and I can't deal with it, she takes care of it. I don't know how, but somehow she gets it done. I had some kittens at my house, actually in my engine of my car. I went to go away one day and they were in there. And I've called the Bitty Kitty Brigade. They take care of little orphan kitties or kitties that need rescue. And they came out and took the kittens and got them homes. The thing is, they wanted me to start trapping them and neuter them and release them. And I said, that's a great idea. I was scared to do it. And I said, okay, let's, I'll do it for the cats. Because I don't want to find no more babies in my engine. And so I did that, and we got all of them, except for one of them, they trapped and they neutered it, and they said, this one is not feral, because you can tell a feral cat right away, because you cannot put your hand in there and pet it, So right away, she said, I don't know if you can bring it to the Chaska Humane Society. And I said, I've tried to bring cats there, and they don't take them normally, they won't take them. And so, of course, I called Linda right away, and I said, Linda, actually, I went to her house. I said, what are we going to do with this cat? And right away, she did talk to the Humane Society, and they did take it. And in the note you'll read, I said it was still there and was not adopted yet, but now it has been adopted. One of the people there that work with the cats adopted it. So it's a real good ending there, but yeah, there's a big difference between the feral and a cat that's been, the people move out and leave it, and then it's out there and it tries to survive. But you can tell the difference. Linda can. But
Yeah,
I just.
I've been bit by a feral cat. It's not fun.
Yeah, but yeah, she's done amazing work in Chaska for years with the cats, and she gets tired, and I can see why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
All right, well, let us do that, and we'll be back sometime, and we'll figure out if we can come up with a solution of some sort.
And I included my little handmade business card. I've taped, there's the little kittens on there, and it
Yeah.
has my Facebook on there. And I've started many lost and found cats group for Carver County, for Bloomington, for Scott County. It's all over the place, and it's a lot to take care of, but
I almost thought you knew what one of my cats looked like, because this cat in this picture looks just like my Zoe, so.
That would have been very impressive if you
I
had
thought, wow,
had our
this is
cat
attention to
pictures.
detail.
so, yeah, my pillow used to be across from the Hound Dog Hotel, and
Yeah.
we had an interesting situation with cats up in the generator at my pillow a couple year ago or so, and they were kittens, and they were all trapped and rescued, and, the male was definitely feral. He went out to live on the farm, but mama cat and when the kittens were adopted together, but that was fun trying to trap them and putting your phone out there with cat meowing sounds in the freezing cold. So,
All right,
oh, she was, one more thing, if that's okay.
So you said something about doing, I'm Nicole Peterson again, working with getting the cats neutered and spayed. Maybe there can be like a program where you work with the local vets in this town to support them. You guys maybe partner with them, have the owners pay for part of it, and maybe the city pay for part of it, just to say, hey, we want to get these neutered and spayed, because some people won't do it because of the cost. And so that might help in the long run. And the other option I thought of, maybe the vets, if they have space, maybe they would take a cat for a few days or something. They're already there every day. Cats don't need much, a little bit of food and litter, and so that might be an option too. Maybe give them, partner with them or something. That might be an option.
Linda, have you ever used MinSnap before?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm very familiar with them. When my cat Missy was
Okay.
fixed through them, my
Yeah.
dog cat that was found with kittens. And
Oh, okay.
so after she was old enough and the kittens found homes,
Yeah.
they had
And
her
the
fixed.
Humane Society in Minneapolis will definitely take them and fix them. And you have to bring them in to a trap, but you have to release them where they were trapped. You know, you can't just go release them anywhere because they're used to that area. But they do it and they don't charge. And, well, they haven't charged me.
Community Cats Program.
Yeah, the Community Cats Program, which has been really good, but now they're so backed up that you can't get in for 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, I made appointments for February and March for process in one of the other counties nearby, you know. They're gonna have like 15, 16 cats, so I did like 4 or 5 appointments. It's gonna be interesting. I'll be the one doing the trapping. And they're gonna do the transport and the trapping, I'm just gonna loan them the live traps. So anything else I can answer?
No, I think
For you?
that should do it.
You have my
All right.
contact
Yep, we
information.
got it all.
Email me anytime, and I can email you. You have the packet, but I can email you. Too. I wasn't sure if I should have emailed all of you of it ahead of time or not, but
No, this is fine.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Thank
well,
you.
reach out to me anytime, you know, I'm still there for the cats, sometimes 24/7, like my pillow.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone else here for visitor presentation other than an agenda item? Kevin, anybody on the line? No. Okay. All right. That moves us to approving previous meeting minutes. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I would entertain a motion to approve. Do you have any? I didn't have any. I didn't think so.
I didn't think so.
I thought maybe I somehow missed it, which does happen, but, okay, we'll go past that. All right, next we'll move on item 7, consent agenda items, and these are items that need our approval, but not necessarily a conversation regarding them, and any and all can be pulled off at any time. So with that, does anyone have any issues with any of the consent items?
I don't have an issue, I just have a question about the support of a pre-development application for the Carver County CDA. Can we, I read through it and it like made sense, but I don't know if there's more we could like add to clarify, like what exactly we're supporting with that.
Go ahead.
Mayor and council member, every year the Carver County CDA has a grant application process, and they allow on a rolling basis pre-development applications, which is essentially to do like feasibility studies and that sort of thing. And so Lake Township approached us about looking at their sewer feasibility. And because we will eventually over time be annexing a portion of Lake Township, we felt it was appropriate to go in. Lake Township also applied for funding as well. And so they requested Chaska as well as Victoria and Waconia also go in and seek funding under this program.
Okay. So we're kind of coming alongside Lake Town. That makes sense, okay.
Yeah, because they actually have it's called a 201 sewer system out there, which is basically they have septic tanks, but then they drain those septic tanks, the gray water, into our sewer system. And so there's sort of a modified sewer system that's out there now, but eventually that's going to fail. And so we're just trying to help them be prepared for when we do come in, and at some point they're going to want us to annex it because of the septic system. And so it's basically just to help them be prepared to know exactly what would have to be done, costs, things like that.
So we're just approving that they get this information back to them? Is that what it is?
No, so we're basically supporting their application because there's dollars that they can get from the CDA to actually do their feasibility study.
Oh, okay. All right. Are you good with that?
Yep, thank you.
And then I just have a question. All right, I lost it now. Where are they here? The letters of support for the corridors of commerce. Are we sending them, or do we have to get those sending them directly, or are they going to?
Typically, what we do is we send them directly and we provide a copy to the Southwest Transit.
Supposed to send them to the transportation.
Yeah, because then they can send them as a packet, but we
Yeah.
typically send it also individually too.
Okay, all right. All right, anyone else?
I have another question.
Yep, go
On a
ahead.
different thing.
Go ahead.
On the business license renewals, I didn't see this in there, maybe it is in here though. What happens with the ones that are outstanding?
As far as.
Is it like they didn't engage?
Outstanding as far as not submitting an application?
Yeah.
So
The ones
when-
that are labeled outstanding on here, I
Yeah,
assume
so,
that's what that means.
we continue to follow up with them, but there is a deadline that they have to meet, and if they don't, they can't provide the service until they actually submit the application.
Okay, so this isn't like a drop dead date, like,
We sort of start with when we'd prefer to process them,
Right.
and
That makes
then we do it far enough in advance where we say, hey, everybody else has gotten theirs in, you really need to get your stuff in, and this happens every year.
okay.
Is
I
that the ones
figured,
that are listed as outstanding?
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
That-
I don't know if
that's
it was
why
just like
Den-
a hard and fast, sorry.
No,
Sorry
that's
about
why
it.
Denise sort of starts the process early, is you always have people who are gonna come in a little late, and so try to plan for that.
Okay, that was my other question. I don't have any other questions on consent.
Go ahead.
No, I don't have any.
Oh,
other,
you
sorry.
don't have any more?
No.
Okay, all right. I thought you said you have more. Okay. Anyone else under consent? All right, I would entertain a motion to approve consent.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember McGraw,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Motion carries. All right, moves us to item 8A. This is our truth and taxation public hearing.
All right, just pulling this up here. All right. So for those in the audience, my name is Matt Podorowski. I'm the city administrator for the city of Chaska. And what I'm going to be doing tonight is going over a presentation for a truth and taxation process. So basically the way the property taxation process works in the state is back in September, the council, all taxing jurisdictions with property taxes have to set a preliminary levy. And that preliminary levy is basically established, and at that point, council or school board or county board cannot set that tax levy higher than that, but they can set it lower than that going in the future. And basically, the reason it's done in September is the county gathers all that information. They look at your actual property, and then they send out the truth and taxation statement, which most people got about 2-3 weeks ago, which says if each taxing jurisdiction were to take the actions that were proposed back in the preliminary stage, this is what impact it would have on your property. And so the purpose of tonight is not to make a decision on the final budget. That's done at the December 19th meeting. But it's basically to present what the 2023 proposed budget's being built around, and then to be able to take any questions or comments from people tonight as part of a public hearing. So just like usual, I was going to plan to go through the presentation itself, and then it is a formal public hearing. So then we'd need to do that at the end. And it's still not showing up as Having a little bit of technical difficulties. Just 1 second. Well, I know what's wrong. This takes me a little bit to get there. There we go. Oops. Should just be able to hit that.
Yeah, other side of here.
There we go. All right. There we go. All right. Thanks, Kevin.
It works now, though.
Yeah, it does. All right, so Mayor and council member, again, tonight is the Truth and Taxation presentation and this is for the general fund. So the general fund is our only fund other than our EDA fund that's tax supported, levy supported. So we overall have a budget of about $90 million for the city when you include all of our enterprise funds. You'll see our budget for the general fund is about 25 million. And of that, about 15 million is supported by tax levy. So the majority of the services that we provide in the city are actually not tax levy supported. So the only thing that this is focusing on tonight is just those tax levy supported services that we have. So some of the items from last year's budget, just to remind you, so that would be for the 2022 budget, which we're currently in. Last year, we talked about the continued utilization of our tax levy policy, which we established back in 2014, which limits tax levy growth to capture only new growth and expenditure inflation. And so that's really trying to get at what are the things that directly impact the cost of service if we are going to provide the exact same services we did last year. So we have to take into consideration new growth for two reasons. First of all, because it adds to the amount of services that we provide, but we also want to capture the new values of growth because now we have more people in the community to spread those costs against. So we always want to take into consideration new growth to capture that new growth in our whole tax capacity, but then also inflation. So looking at what are the things that are driving the cost of providing exactly the same service we had last year. And then the only time we'd increase the levy beyond that would be if there were new programs or initiatives that we'd be considering or adding. We talked last year about the continued implementation of our capital asset maintenance plan. So this is our $1 million annually that we put towards the replacement of things like trails, neighborhood parks, overlaying roads, doing retaining walls and parking lots, all those different assets that we own in the city. We have those on a regular schedule to make sure that those get taken care of and are included as part of our budget process so that we make sure we're keeping up with the maintenance on those. Last year we did talk about reinstituting our staffing study implementation, so we did put a hold on that in 2021 because of COVID, and then reinstituted that plan in 2022 with there being 2 years to implement that plan, and we'll talk more about it, which is in 23 and 24. And then last year, another topic was talking about continuing to work on building our general fund reserve balance. We kept in place a $300,000 addition that we had in 2021 to continue to build our reserve levels to a healthy level. And it's really to help us maintain current bond ratings and keep the cost for debt service as we go and do projects down by keeping a good bonding rating. And we did see success in that, in the fund balance being able to increase both in 2021 by a little over $1 million. Some of that was just because we saw a lot more growth in the community than what we had budgeted for. And we're going to expect to see the same thing in 2022 in that we saw a lot more development than what we had actually budgeted for. So the objectives, this is where we start our whole budgeting process and sort of what we make sure we revolve all of our recommendations around. So first of all, we're trying to support budgeting programs that help Chaska maintain and strengthen its mission of being the best small town in Minnesota. Again, getting back to our existing levy policy, we want to limit tax levy growth to capture only new growth in the community and expenditure inflation, and only increase this levy beyond this point if new service levels and assets are being added. And then it would be added based on the actual cost of doing that, so that we can go back and say, keeping this same service is, costs this much more next year, we have this many more new services, or if we're adding something, this is exactly what that costs, so we can look at that as a levy addition. Maintain existing high-quality service levels, fully fund the maintenance and replacement financing of our vehicles, equipment, and physical assets on a regular schedule to ensure sustainability of investments already made. Fund new programs only after existing necessary programs are funded. Budget utilizing a plan that avoids drawdowns on our city's general fund reserves. Fully fund our levy needs of our street reconstruction program, and then develop a long-term budget plan that is sustainable from a resource perspective to support service levels residents expect. So the first thing that I always talk about is just looking at what is the budget environment that we're in, and what are we sort of currently seeing in the community. So in 2022, obviously COVID was still a big thing, that we were just sort of coming out of it. We really have, or 2021, I should say, we were coming out of it. 2022, we've really had minimal impacts this year, except for the community center. The community center we just talked about is still one that we just got our gym back in May timeframe, and so that was sort of the last piece that we needed to sort of get our community center all back and running. But every other fund is really sort of gotten past COVID and are able to move on as normal. We've continued to see significant growth in the community over the past year. Currently, we are over budget for revenues on the number of building permits that we expect to see for this year, and we can already see that because we're already through almost all the budget year. But interest rates will increase and could impact the pace of development next year, probably more on the single-family home side than on the commercial industrial side. The commercial industrial side that we have are a number of projects that we do expect to go forward, and some are actually already in the development phase, so we do expect them to continue to move forward as before. And then we've seen new growth in the community, and the strong real estate market increase our taxable market values in the community significantly over the past 12 months. That's probably the biggest impact that we've seen, is in these increases in market values. So you can see, I go back to 2016 here, and you can see that, we generally seeing 16, we saw a 3% increase in market values, 17, we saw a 7%, 18, we saw about a 5.7%. Even last year, we saw about a 4.9%, and generally, we are seeing about 2% of that growth coming from new growth in the community. We saw a very different picture for 2022. So the county goes in May, and they establish the values for properties in May that then get used for that upcoming tax year. So if they establish the taxable market value in 2022, that's the value that's used for taxes payable 2023. So they start that process back in that March, April timeframe. People get notices sent to their homes that indicate what the proposed increase in their valuation is. And then people have the ability to go down to the county and either work with the assessor's office or go directly to the Board of Commissioners to be able to understand the growth more. And clearly the increase in the residential market values over the last couple of years has clearly had an impact this year. Typically we see about a 1 to 2 year lag. For things that happened 1 to 2 years ago, we typically see those impact market values, at a later time. It takes some time for that whole process to catch up. So what we're seeing now is really sort of the increases in real estate market values that we saw in 2021 and 2022. So most of the market growth, so again, 2022, we're seeing a 22.35% overall growth in market values in the community. I can tell you that, that's an average of what's going on out there. I've seen people, including myself, that have had market value increases that are significantly higher than the 22%. So the 22% is the average, and then the overall growth for new construction in the community is 2.17%. We continue to see $0 in local government aid in 2023, but our building permits over the past 2 years have been very steady. We actually budgeted last year for about $1.1 million in building permits. Right now, we're over $1.8 million in building permits, so we've definitely seen pretty robust growth this year. Single family has been a little bit slower this year than we saw in 2021, but not a whole lot farther behind. We definitely have seen sort of the townhome market, at least now, until the development around Chaska goes, sort of dry up as far as townhomes being available, but there's definitely a lot of single family lots that are available. We've seen 181 building permits pulled for residential units year to date, and that's as of last Friday. Where last year for the entire year we saw 225. So this is a chart that basically the county provides us each year that basically gives us a breakdown of where we're seeing those increases in market values. So you can see residential, the total percent change in 2022 down on the bottom is 24.61%. 2.49% of that came from new construction. 22.12% of that came from changes in people's existing market values. And then if you look at the total on the end, they do the breakdown by category. We saw increases in each category, but the overall impact when you look at each of those categories together was a 22.35% increase, with 2.17% of that coming from new growth, and then 20.18% of that coming from changes in existing market values. So over 90% of the growth in the market values is related to property values on existing properties going up. This shows a distribution of our values throughout the community. So you can see about 75% of our distribution is residential, with about 9% being commercial industrial, 7% being apartments, and then 2% being ag. So the 2% ag is really related to those undeveloped properties in the future that will likely develop in the future. That's why you're starting to see increases in values on vacant ag property, is because they're starting to see that they're getting closer and closer to development. So for taxable market values, we sort of look at where things have gone. You can definitely see the big bump between 21 and 22. We do anticipate that we think that market value increase is probably going to slow down quite a bit after this initial bump that the county had this year, just because of changes in the residential market. But based on what we're actually presenting for recommendations tonight, we would actually see our tax rate go down by 1.35%. So it would go down from 31.625% down to 31.197%. And again, this is because the tax capacity for 2023 is actually going up by 24.78%. And the tax capacity basically represents the market value in the community that actually can be taxed. So it's a really, really unique year from the standpoint that we have we have a levy, and we'll talk about why that is proposed to go up a little bit more, but that we'd actually see our tax rate go down. So we project, when we look out into the future, about 2% annual growth. That's probably a little conservative. We like to be conservative when we're projecting out the budgets. But I can tell you that we've seen an average increase of about 8.8% in market values over the last 5 years. Certainly this last year, though, has definitely bumped up that average a little bit more. We're seeing closer to about 5% increase for average prior to this year. New construction value. I put this out here, it's probably less of an issue when we're talking about a market now, but, you know, it goes all the way back to 2009. So if you remember, back in 2009, 10, 11, and 12, those were our years that we were going through the recession period. And even during that period, we saw about, you know, anywhere from 1.5%, well, anywhere from 1 to 1.5% growth. And I put this in here because, you know, anytime we see growth, it's going to impact the services that we provide. If we're going to be able to keep up with the new growth, and like I said, more importantly, that we make sure that the people who are coming in new to our community are actually contributing to the overall pie as far as making sure that their dollars, their homes are supporting, you know, keeping our services down. We need to make sure that we're including that new construction value when we're putting our levy recommendations together. Local government aid, this is something I show you guys quite often, and it probably gets redundant, but I think it's really important to point out because it has had a significant impact for Chaska over the last 20 years. So in 2000, if you look all the way back to 2003, we used to get over $1 million in LGA, and we had $1 million that we used to get most every year. That eventually went down to close to zero by 2008. We've had some bumps here and there over the time period. In 2015, it went back up to about $500,000, but by 2018, we had nearly 100% reduction in our LGA, creating about a $250,000 hole in our budgeted revenue, which we levied back half. In 2020, the legislature did restore some of the LGA, but communities like Chaska, where we've actually seen growth like we have, were not the beneficiaries of the changes that were made to LGA. So like Chanhassen and Chaska are both communities that just don't receive LGA anymore.
How is it that the cities like Duluth and Minneapolis, I mean, they almost operate on LGA. How do they get it, and yet we can't because of our growth? Do you know?
Well, a lot of it has to do with they have it has to do with partly on the amount of housing stock that you have that is of a certain age. And so their formula sort of anticipates that a city would be more expensive to be able to deal with if you have a much more aging housing stock and therefore aging infrastructure.
Okay.
That's the rationale. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's the rationale.
Say, I don't know, we've got aging stock.
Yeah. Yes, we do. We anticipate that this is going to be zero going into the future, but I think why it's important to illustrate this is because back when we first lost $1 million, one of the things that we were experiencing at the same time was a pretty high amount of growth. And so we never levied back for that $1 million lost. Growth sort of made up for some of those impacts, but it always sort of has impacted us ever since because when you look at things like our staffing study, those types of things, if we would have continued to receive LGA or be able to levy back for it, it would have been easier to be able to accomplish those things because it was a revenue source that we had grown accustomed to. And if LGA would have stayed, we also still would have seen the new growth in the community. So with the new growth in the community, we also had new services that or not new services, but we had to enhance the services that we provide by having additional people to provide them. So that's been an issue that's lingered for years and years. Expected building permit revenue. So again, the last 2 years have been really high. We've seen, like I said, we're going to see over $1.8 billion or $1 million of building permit activity this year. We saw $1.5 million last year. We do think that the single-family housing market's going to slow down, but the apartment market is not going to slow down. We actually have over 500 units of rental units that are going to be constructed in the community over the next year, and there's a really high demand right now for apartment units, and we expect that we're going to see commercial industrial. So we know Costco is going to move forward. We know that the residential that's next to them is going to move forward. We have an industrial building that we anticipate is going to go forward out in the industrial park. We have a data center that we're working with. So we do anticipate that the commercial industrial is still going to be relatively high, but we don't want to budget around the 1.5 to 1.8 because it only takes one project to go away to really mess up your budget. So we're budgeting closer to that $1 million mark for permits, which, with the exception of the recession, has been sort of generally where we've been at for the time period. And you can sort of see from 2001 forward, you can see the point in time when the recession hit and some of the impacts on permits. We had one low year in 2020. That was during the COVID period, but otherwise have been relatively high. This gives an indication of what we need to plan for in the future. It also we also need to think about when are we going to be fully developed, because we've been a developing community forever. I mean, we've been a developing community for the last 50 years. Well, we only have about 15 more years of development. By 2036, 37, we're going to be a fully developed community. And a lot of those revenue sources that we've relied on over time that come from new growth will not be there. And we need to make sure that as we move into that time period of going from being a developing community to a fully developed community, that we have those things done that really need to be done when we're a fully developed community. So obviously we have to have all the infrastructure in place. That's relatively easy because that's development driven. But we also have to make sure that all of the internal components of the organization are things that we're working to have completed by that time, or else those burdens will fall back just on existing property owners without having any new growth to be able to support that. So we need to think about that, and that's why we look at the population growth of the community over time. In this chart, we look over the next 5 years when we go out to 2027. So you can see in 2022, we're at about 28,000 residents. And this matches up pretty close with the Met Council estimates that are out there. We anticipate about 150 new residential units a year. Now, that's probably going to end up being more, especially because we have 500 units of rental. Now, rental's not going to potentially have as many people that are in there, so it's not quite the same ratio. But with us not just seeing single-family development, but seeing more multifamily development, that will sort of increase the pace of population. But we anticipate by 2027, we're going to be close to 30,000 residents. We're going to be fully built out when we're about 36 or 37,000 residents, and that's going to be in about 2035 to 2040. That time range is when we can sort of expect that that'll happen, sort of based on the pace that we're seeing things now. So one of the things that we have from our electric fund, and it's basically a franchise fee, and it's one that also will get charged to Excel and to Minnesota Valley. Both have small pieces of territory within the community, but to make sure it's consistent across the community. It's a charge that's charged to the electric utilities for use of right-of-way, to be able to put in, their underground wires or put in their poles or things like that, so that they're contributing towards the public's cost for right-of-way. So it's with our own electric department, Chaska Electric, we've always had a 10% fee, and that's been going back 30 years that we've had that in place. But you can see I've put since 2008 where we've seen that grow, and this has grown basically based on just the amount of growth we've seen, especially in the industrial market. And it's not just data centers that have driven this, but we've seen quite a bit of expansion in our existing industrial buildings. So like right now, Integris is going through a expansion in their building that's just on the east side of 41 across from TEL. But TEL's talked about expanding. Lifecore has expanded. We've definitely seen businesses within our existing industrial park expand. That's one of the reasons that we needed to put the investment of that new substation up by Lake Hazeltine, was because we were seeing just as much new growth from our existing buildings, expanding onto those, as we were with new buildings that are sort of in southwest Chaska they're developing. So you can see that transfer has gone from about $2 million a year up to a little over $5 million a year, or up around $5 million a year that we anticipate for 2023. And, you know, the one thing I'll point out about this is there is no question that this year across the country has been an expensive year for electricity. But even with that, our Chaska electric rates have been about 5% lower than Excel. And we anticipate that that difference is going to continue to get greater as we go into the future, because Excel is currently out for over 21% increase in their electric rates. And it's basically because there's new requirements there in place. They actually have a higher amount of renewable energy requirements than municipal utilities have. So they have a 30% requirement they have to meet by 2025. We have a 25% requirement. Now, the reality is our agency is actually going to be, actually this next month is going to be over 40% because we have a new wind farm that we're bringing on board. But Excel's requirements are higher, and so they're having to spend more to replace existing infrastructure. So we do anticipate that spread between Excel and Chaska Electric is going to continue to get greater and greater.
How are we doing against Minnesota Valley?
Minnesota Valley is,
I don't know, is that the right name anymore?
no, it is Minnesota Valley. Minnesota Valley is one that has not seen a rate increase in a number of years. And it has to do with changes that they made as part of their whole co-op. They're part of Great River Energy, that they took, I don't know if it was investments that they made or whatever that they put back into. So Minnesota Valley hasn't seen a whole lot of change in their rates for quite some time. But Minnesota Valley represents a much smaller market overall in the grand scheme of things. But that's one we haven't seen a lot of change in. So the major baseline discussions for 2023, so this is for next year's budget. So first of all, continued utilization of our tax levy policy. So again, limiting the tax levy growth to capture only new growth in the community and expenditure inflation, only increasing the levy beyond that point if we talk about new service levels or assets. Continued implementation of our capital asset maintenance program, so we continue to be able to reinvest back into our trails, into our roads, parks, things like that. We have 2 more years of our staffing study implementation that we have to complete. And then the big one that we've been talking a lot about in the public over this last year has been the proposed start of the implementation of our 4-year building improvement program. And this first year is really sort of actually the first 2 years of the program are really sort of a focus on the public safety functions. And I do have both chiefs here to sort of talk about their facilities and really some of the challenges that we're having with both the police and fire right now. So from an operational tax levy perspective, again, we talk about expenditure, inflation, and new growth. So in 2022, the new growth again was 2.17%. So we want to make sure that we capture that so we're getting that new value in. Inflation, we use the number of 5%. Obviously, inflation has been running higher than that this year. It's been at 9%, which is significantly higher, obviously, than in recent history. We did, for purposes of the budget, suggest that we not use that actual inflation rate and actually cap it at 5% this year, just because we're talking about a number of things. And so that's where we used the 2.17% for new growth and then the 5% for inflation to talk about just how do we keep on providing the existing services that we're providing and be able to take care of the increasing costs, but also the additional growth that we have in the community to impact that. And again, one thing to remind people about the new growth is The new growth theoretically doesn't impact them as a taxpayer because it's bringing on new values into the property that didn't, or into the community that didn't exist before. Inflation definitely impacts people, but the new growth portion of this doesn't impact as much because we bring in new values. So what I did is I sort of broke down the components of what type of impact it would have on a median house based on each component of our budget. So if you look at just our operational tax levy policy, you said we want to keep things exactly the same as next year for services. What would we need to do to meet our policy? The median value home in Chaska for this year is $370,700. The median value home in 2020, well, when we looked at in 2021 for last year's budget, was $298,500. So if you look at this year's median value home, it would be a impact on that home of about $5 per month for the operational tax levy component of the budget. The next part we'll talk about is the capital asset maintenance program. So the one thing I'll point out here is this is part of the baseline tax levy. So I only mention it because to me it's a major component that we added onto our budget that I think it's important people know that we invest into it, but it's already built into our existing services. So I mention it mainly just to say this is something we've continued to invest into. So this was something that we did 2014, 15, 16, and 17. We basically increased a quarter, so $250,000 each year to get up to fund $1 million gap that we had identified in being able to maintain our assets around the community. So like street seal coating and overlay, trail surface rehabilitation, neighborhood park rehabilitation, components of community park rehabilitation, rehabbing city parking lots, retaining walls, pavers and parks, those types of things. So it's really sort of the bread and butter type of things that if we don't take care of them, people notice it. Their road surfaces aren't good. Their park equipment is, rusty, or it has boards over the slides because they're not safe to use anymore, those types of things. So in 2017, we did complete that program to fund $1 million. We've kept that in place. We did take a little bit of a break in 2020, not the entire thing, but we did reduce it by $275,000 that year just because of trying to balance things with COVID impacts that we saw. But this gives you a sense of in 2023, 24, and 25, sort of the programs that we talk about funding through this. So first of all, in 2023, this would be an overlay program that we do. So the streets that would be overlaid in 2023 would be Weston Ridge, Autumn Woods South, and then the Wildflower Lane. We have $500,000 in for remodel of City Square Park. And the reason that we're trying to target that this next year is because 41 is going to be closed, or there's going to be construction on 41. So we want to try to get this done while that construction is going on. And quite frankly, if anybody went over to the tree lighting ceremony on Saturday, you would have seen why the gazebo is not in the best of condition. It's almost 40 years old. Since the last rehabilitation, and it's seen better days. And so, obviously it's a major symbol of our community. That park is important. It's been here and platted, since since 1891. And so, we want to make sure that we're reinvesting into that. And then each year we do trail resurfacing. So we pick 3 miles of trails that we do. It costs about $20,000 per mile to resurface trails. And so we do 3 miles each year. To give you a sense of how many miles of trails we have in our system, we have about 75 miles of paved trails in our system. Jonathan Association has their own trails, which is right around 45 to 50 miles of trails, and then there's some unpaved trails in the community too. So that's it's one of those things that sometimes is an amenity that people don't talk about a lot, but it's one that people see a lot of importance on. And we see that through our community surveys. 2024, we have our street overlay program, trail resurfacing. The two big things that we would focus on, sort of different that year, is we have the rehab of the Hickory Street and the Shadowwood Neighborhood Parks programmed for 2024. And then we have up on Bavaria Road and Innsbrook Drive, a retaining wall that's failing that we have programmed for replaced in 2024. And then 2025, beyond our street overlay and our trail resurfacing, we have Lions Park playground replacement that comes due that year. And then Lions hockey rink and light replacement is also comes due that year. And I know this question came up during the preliminary, is, we're doing, the Lions have contributed towards doing the park shelter down the Lions Park. Would it make sense to do all the improvements at once? There's always a chance that SHPO, this is the State Historic Preservation Office, may put up enough roadblocks to us doing our improvements in City Square Park that just may be what we end up doing. We do suggest, though, that if 41 is seeing impacts, we still think it's better to try to get City Square Park done during the construction.
Yeah, because otherwise we lose another summer.
Otherwise, we lose another summer down there. And to me, if we can get that all done, because River City Days, we've already met with River City Days. They're going to be in Lions Park this next summer, during and we're going to support them to get all the infrastructure over there. But I'd hate to see that we have 2 summers that are impacted by that.
Yeah, it's not just River City Days, there's
Yeah,
impact on the
all summer.
downtown
Yeah,
businesses, the
concerts
farmer's
and-
market.
Yep.
There's so many events that bring people down strategically for our vibrant downtown.
Yep.
But, but the SHPO part, that's mostly major digs. We shouldn't be doing much of that there.
We hope so. That's, yeah. I mean, the historic building owners run into the same issue with SHPO. And this is a historically designated spot, and they've been very difficult to work with. And so, we're continuing to try to put together plans to be ready, and that's our intent.
Maybe for the audience, could you explain what SHPO means so that we're not talking?
Yeah, so
Greek
SHPO
there?
is the State Historic Preservation Office, and so anytime you have a piece of property or a building that's historically designated, you have to get approved plans through them, through the state, to be able to do any work. So we could go in and, just repair the gazebo and put in new pavers, and they still have to approve that because it's a historic site. So we're going through that process now, and we hope to be able to be there, but I just put it out there that is a challenge that's sort of out of our control.
And just to let everyone know, I mean, that's an issue with the streets around the park. If you notice, they haven't been redone. They've been very challenging about how we can go about redoing those streets because of the possibility of artifacts in there. Even though sewer and water is already in there, it's already been done, streets are there, for us to go in and redo them, they stopped us. We were supposed to do Walnut Street 3 or 4 years ago, and they basically stopped us from, couldn't do it. So they're very challenging to work with, so I just wanted to give you a little history there.
But again, this camp program is part of our baseline tax. So again, it doesn't add any additional dollars. I just want to always point it out because to me, these are some of the bread and butter things that people see during the course of the summer that to me, if we don't do them, people notice it. So the staffing study. So the staffing study was something that was basically doing the staffing study was something that we developed during our 2017 strategic planning session, where basically we had identified that we knew that there was a sort of a historic staffing shortage across citywide. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to hire an independent group to go out and identify what really was that gap that we had in there, and then, how's the best strategy to be able to deal with this. So Basically, Baker Tilly was the group that came in and did the study. They identified a 16 employees across the city that's short, which, you know, we have 160 full-time employees, so 16 doesn't sound like much, but it's $1.5 million, so it's not a small amount of dollars. But they also identified a major gap in funding towards our building maintenance activities. And the reason that they really identified this is we did not have a building maintenance department. We had our public works department that would sort of take on some of just the changing light bulbs and things like that, but we did not have a building maintenance department. So during the 2020 budget, the council did decide to address implementing this study over a 4-year period. Establishing the tax levy, the intent was to be 2020, 21, 22, and 23. So next year was going to be the last year. We did take a break during COVID with that because just because we were trying to balance our budget because of the COVID impact. So we did take a break. So we still have 2 more years of this program, 23 and 24. As part of that, there was also a gap of, and we talked about this during the, for the 2022 budget, a gap of 3 police officers that were identified in the department. And that was based on a whole process that you remember Chief Seibert went through during that year, and some community feedback sessions and things like that. So the total tax levy to support, additional tax levy to support the staffing study is $487,000 per year. And then we have a $125,000 contribution that comes in from our enterprise fund. So that'd be like our electric, water, sewer, stormwater. And it's really to be able to accomplish getting those positions filled, but also to make sure that we have dollars that are going towards building maintenance activities. So when this is all said and done, we want to make sure that we have $500,000 that can go directly towards building maintenance activities, but then also have the staff to do it. So again, when we look at the impact of the staffing study implementation on the median value home, which again is $370,700, this would add an additional $4.50 per month to that home. So between our baseline tax growth and the staffing study, the tax impact would be $9.50 per month for that median value home. So for the staffing study implementation, the 2 remaining years that we have, in 2023, the planned positions, right now we only have 1 city planner. So addition of a 2nd city planner. We do not have an dedicated economic development person, so we'd have an economic development coordinator that would work with our community development activities. Water and sewer maintenance worker. The water and sewer maintenance worker isn't really supported by tax levy. That'd be more a part of that enterprise fund contribution because water and sewer are supported by the rates that people pay. Park maintenance worker, so that'd be through our public works department. And then our second of the 3 patrol officers, so that'd be our 29th patrol officer, or I shouldn't say our 29th patrol officer, our 29th sworn officer would be in the department after 2023. And then 2024 is the last year of the program, so we have the 5th of our building maintenance workers, a network support specialist, a stormwater maintenance worker, a street maintenance worker, water and sewer maintenance worker. So again, that's not tax levy supported, that's supported through the enterprise funds, but is needed because of growth. And then our 30th sworn police officer. Besides these 2 things, there are 2 positions in the budget that do not impact the tax levy because they're supported by other revenue sources. So one of them is we have rental inspector positions within our fire department. And so we have 2 right now. Like I said before, we have 500 new rental units that are coming on, and we really just can't support that number of rental units and inspecting them all with 2 people. So looking at a third rental inspector, but the way we've structured these positions is that we hire people who are also firefighters. So not only do we have a rental inspector that's on board, but the rental inspector also then is a firefighter. And our biggest time period that we have trouble being able to respond to calls is daytime. Because, you know, we're still a baseline paid-on-call model, which is, you know, some people call it volunteer. But for people to get out of work to actually go to fire calls during the day is really difficult. So this position is actually funded through the rental license fees that are had. So we're able to accomplish this without increasing our levy, get a third rental inspector to meet those needs, but also have an additional daytime response firefighter that's on staff. And then the second one, and this is something that came directly out of our last council department head retreat, but it was basically trying to get at, during COVID, there was a pretty significant effort that was put towards community engagement. And specifically, it was entitled Chaska Cares. But there was a number of initiatives that were developed around that to really sort of get at people-centered services in the community. And how do we make sure that we're out and actively doing those things that help build community in Chaska, and have that be something that's deliberately part of what we do. So this is a position that would have responsibilities for coordinating efforts with our Chaska Cares efforts, creating a volunteer corps. So we'd want to go out and be able to support our nonprofits in the community by having a volunteer corps that you know, basically we vet and create a list of volunteers, and then nonprofits like, say, Christmas in May, or, you know, different volunteer efforts that are out there, that we're trying to engage people into the community by being volunteers. That is like, that's one of the top levels of engagement you can have in the community, is if you're volunteering your time. And so how do you make it as easy as possible for people to do that? But really focusing on those people-centered services, and how do we focus on sort of our mission of being a great community. This position, we would not need additional tax levy support on, because we, in essence, this would be a position that would be across all departments within the city. And so it just takes a small piece of each of the department's funding to be able to fund it. So it doesn't require that we go above and beyond for tax levy support. But I do think would be able to have a house for, you know, I call them the Chaska Cares efforts, to continue that forward. During COVID, a lot of that work was done by our Park and Rec department, but one of the reasons for that is because the community center was closed. And so, you know, it was a way to sort of repurpose what people did during that time, but that's not the case now. And so if we want to really continue these efforts, we need to have somewhere where this resides.
A little bit about Chaska Cares. What happened is we really reached out to the most vulnerable population. We helped out with food distributions. We helped out with PPE, personal protective equipment. We helped out with getting people COVID shots and things like that. So that was some of the activities of the Chaska Cares. And like Matt said, it was a lot was done by our Parks and Recs program, but now that's just hard for them to do now that we're trying to get Parks and Rec back up and running. So those are just some of the things that came out of the Chaska Cares that we've seen a lot of value to, and we think that it's still important to try to keep it moving if we can, moving forward, so.
Well, and one of the things I think, you know, we saw other cities sort of take the idea, which I thought was nice, because I think it sort of showed that other communities saw value in the type of stuff that we're doing with sort of those people-centered services.
I mean, it's the other things. It's the Easter parade that we've had. It's the, when the, what was it, 2021 graduating class didn't have a graduation. We kind of had a parade and kind of made it past the homes of the Chaska graduates, and the Santa parade. Those are all things that came out of the Chaska Cares that now are actually community events at this point. So stuff like that still all need a lot of coordination.
Yep. So that's so the last part of the sort of major part of the budget to talk about, and it's the biggest one, is our building improvement plan. And, this is the one that has, probably the biggest impact, but it's also one that we have one of the greatest needs. So, and the building improvement plan is really focused around our general fund services. So it's talking about our basic bread and butter services. It's our police, it's our fire, it's our municipal services, so it's our public works like plowing, it's our water and sewer maintenance, our electric, it's our library, and then our city hall functions. So it's really sort of, it's not sort of our enterprise funds, other than, there are enterprise funds that exist within the municipal service building, but it's really talking about what are those bread and butter services within the community. So one of the challenges that we've had is that we have facilities that are over 30 years old with little reinvestment that's been put into the buildings over this time, and really not enough space that's been added to really accommodate the growth of employees, equipment, and service needs. One of the great things for the community over time is that there was some great ways that were used to fund these facilities originally, which have kept our taxes low over time, no doubt about it. But they were one-time dollars that don't really sort of create the ability, most cities will go out, they'll levy for their needs, they'll go through 20 to 25 years of debt service, and when that retires, they use those same dollars to roll that into the next building improvement that they have to make. We've had, a tax levy that's historically been very low. We've been in the lowest portion of tax levies per capita of most cities, and we've had that benefit for many years. But part of that is that we haven't had to put dollars into debt service and into building replacement, and it's caught up with us. And so one of the things that was talked about during the 2021 council retreat was really, it wasn't that was the first time we had the conversation, but it became a priority goal during the 2021 retreat that the city puts focus on making sure that we're coming up with a plan for how to deal with our general fund facilities. So following the council identifying and addressing our buildings as a priority goal in 2021 retreat, the city hired architects at Leo A. Daly and the construction management firm of RJM Construction to complete 3 tasks. One of them was to identify the square footage needs of every general fund department. Second was to develop a concept plan to address each of these departments' needs. And really what we're trying to do is, not only just look at the needs that we have now, but again, we're only 10 to 15 years away from full development. How do we make sure that we're not having to go through this twice? So looking at what needs we're going to have over the next decade, and then develop conceptual pricing to accomplish implementing building recommendations. So the findings of the study were presented to council this last spring, along with recommendations for how to fund these. The planning also included the building of a new library, and that was twofold. That's been one that we've received a lot of feedback from residents that our library facility is too small and that they want to see a different facility. But also, one of the things, when this building was built in 1987, in fact, we found the brochure that was handed out at the grand opening of this. It said, this building will last until the year 2000. And one of the concepts of that is that, and cities do this all the time, where they'll build like a building that they sort of anticipate for their whole needs, but then they'll put their library on the first floor. Well, once the city hall functions start outgrowing the needs of what's in the building, typically that's when you take the library out of City Hall, move it into its own facility, and then you'd be able to expand those services into the existing building, not have to expand the building, but just renovate it or remodel it to be able to accomplish that. And that was really the original plan of this building, was to basically build a facility that could meet our needs, but it could only really meet our needs once we actually move the library out of the facility. So we included that as part of the look as well. Over the last several months, there's been significant efforts to educate the public on these needs, the concept, funding, and building plans, impacts to medium home for implementing the programs to address these facilities' needs, And, basically, I mean, you guys have all been a part of it. I mean, the reaction that I've heard the most is nobody wants to see their taxes go up, but everybody seems to understand the need. So that's generally the response that we've heard, is that, people understand that these buildings have to be taken care of. Nobody likes to see taxes have to go up, but have understood at least the need side of it. So some of the community engagement that we've done for the building plan, we had an initial sounding board group of residents that actually met back last February to get tours, provide feedback and overall need and programs. And we sort of used the feedback that we got at that group to sort of develop how we'd sort of put together educational materials. We developed a page on our city website dedicated to information on this program, developed videos to put on the web page and social media, developed brochures that we provide to the public, participate in multiple community events with information booths. We sent informational postcards and invitations to every resident in the community, inviting them to open houses and then directing them towards our page dedicated towards the program on our website. We held park parties in each of our wards during August. We taped budget sessions and then had general discussions around the community. So we've tried to get out and get out as much information as we can. So the building improvement plan, basically, the way that at least we're looking at it now is that we'd spread the implementation of the funding of this program over a 4-year period. And then really prioritizing the order in which we address these facilities based on the need. And so it was not hard to develop the priority list in this. By far, the number one need that we have was with public safety. And, police is just obvious when you go down there, but fire is something that we're actually restricted on being able to provide the service levels that we'd want to provide just based on the limitations of the service. And so I'll have these two get up and sort of talk a little bit more about that. And, from their perspective, the issues within the facilities. Our municipal service building, this facility is about half the size of what it needs to be. And one of the issues that we're really having now is a lot of our equipment is having to be parked outside. Obviously, in our climate, that is not good for equipment. It's very difficult if you go into our facilities, and we'd gladly give tours. It's like Tetris inside of these facilities to get this equipment inside these facilities. We have to have our plows inside. Plows have hydraulics that take hours to get warm if we're going to be out and be able to hit the roads when we need to with snowstorms. Some other equipment, we've found doesn't necessarily need to be inside, but it should be inside. We have our inventory for, we have an electric utility that's a huge enterprise for us, and we have copper wire that's sitting outside. We have transformers that are sitting outside. They're, tens of thousands of dollars of equipment that's sitting outside that's not protected in the elements. It's just not a good situation. New library, again, the new library, it really is coming mainly from community feedback, but I can say that our current library right now is about 8,000 square foot. The general rule of thumb is that a library should be about a square foot per resident in the community. So with our ultimate build out, we should be at about 35,000 square foot for a library facility, which would be exactly the same size as Chanhassen. And so, and it sort of ties into the remodel of City Hall, because one of the things that we were trying to do is to limit the amount of stuff that we have to do. So if the library is out of City Hall and if the police is out of City Hall, we actually don't have to add on to City Hall to be able to meet our square footage needs in this facility. We just have to remodel it. And with the other facilities, so like the public safety facility, municipal service building, the concepts that we develop actually keep those the expansion of those buildings on our existing property, so that we don't have to go out and actually acquire new property. The library is a little different. The library we've been looking at for a number of years now. We've looked at the block just behind us, adjacent to the License Center, as a place for a new library. So those are the building improvement plan components. I'm going to turn it over to these two. They're just going to briefly talk about sort of each, the police department and the fire department. May I start with Chief Seibert, talk about the police department.
Thank you.
If you want to come on.
Why
up
don't you
to the
come up
podium,
here?
I think it'll be better to be heard at home.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So some of this may be a review of things that we've discussed in the past, but for people in the audience, or maybe some of you that don't recall, I'll try to be concise, but also get to the point with some of these details. So I think it's important to take a look back first at the history of the facility. Like Matt indicated, we're talking about the late 1980s when City Hall and the police facility opened. And the city traditionally has maintained a 1 officer staffing ratio per 1,000 population. So if you're looking, again, late 80s, we had approximately 11 sworn officers on staff, probably looking at a population in the city of 11 or 12,000. And then in addition to that, there were a few support staff downstairs, which is going to be your records clerk, and then eventually was an initial CSO. If you fast forward to today, we currently sit at 28 sworn officers. We have a CSO division, support staff, so we sit at approximately 38 members that work out of the office downstairs. I also think it's important to note, which will be important in a minute, just all the additional technology that's become prevalent in law enforcement, which when we get to talking about some of my concerns downstairs will be relevant. So first and foremost, you take a look at the space that we sit in currently, which is approximately 6,800 square feet. I would say that is representative of that 11 sworn officers and 1 or 2 support staff. So again, fast forward to today, 6,800 square feet is quite limiting just simply in the overall capacity versus the number of employees that we have downstairs. But when you get into specifics, like anybody has seen that's been on a tour downstairs, I think we're getting to the point of an issue or viability of our very service delivery to the community, and I'll break down what I mean by that. When you are downstairs, one of the concerns that I have is our evidence capacity. Not only our ability to intake that and store it, but our ability to process that evidence. So what was once our evidence processing area downstairs is our current break room. Just as the department has grown, we've had to become creative in where people work, how they process evidence. So that is a limitation that we have downstairs on top of the ability to store that evidence. A best practice would be to bring evidence into the facility separate from any employee intake. So if you're dealing with some kind of a toxic substance, you're dealing with fentanyl, some sort of a narcotic that could potentially be dangerous to our staff. We don't have that current capability. Also, just in a very general sense, we have very limited security. In my almost 3 years here, there's been a number of very concerning incidents that we've seen with the facility. That's a direct representation of that lack of security. We currently only have the ability to put 3 of our squad cars inside of garages, and one of those stalls also houses our speed trailer. That's where we would temporarily impound animals in kennels, which reduces our capacity down to 2 vehicles, which not only just has a logistic component when you look at inclement weather in the state, which ties in directly to service capacity when an officer comes on duty. A car that's stored outside oftentimes needs to be jump-started. It might have to be scraped off if there's snow or ice, which just potentially could delay a response or the usability of that squad car. But also from a security standpoint, the city does have quite a lot of an investment, not only in the vehicles, but the equipment that's contained within, which is in a completely accessible parking lot. Also, one thing that makes our department unique and very successful, in my opinion, is our community engagement. We have absolutely no internal space to engage with our community, which we will take to the event center, we'll take to the community center. Our partners at the fire department will share their training space with us. But currently, internally, we don't have the capacity to carry out the different citizens academies, the safety camp, and many other things that we perform throughout the year. And also along with that, I think it's very important to recognize the importance of being victim-centered. And what I mean by that, in our lobby, if somebody comes in to report a crime, or they come in as a victim of a sex assault or some type of investigation, there is no privacy for those victims, to talk to our clerks, to talk to our officers. The room that we use to interview victims is the same room that we would use to meet with our staff, the same room that we would meet with the potential suspects of these crimes. You can hear right through the wall between our interview room in our main lobby. We also have no capacity internally to train. We don't have any type of a room for use of force. Again, our partners at the fire department are very gracious to allow us to get in there. When we do our simulator training every year, which I know the council has partaken or participated in the past, we have to use our garage space, which ties that up as well. So definitely a limitation on what we have downstairs. And also looking towards the future. As Matt had mentioned, we're looking, sometime in the next 15 years for full growth. We definitely have outgrown our space now, but looking towards the future is just from things that are very practical, from locker room space. Probably my biggest concern is the women's locker room facility downstairs. We can't onboard any additional staff. Same thing with the male's locker room. We did recently onboard an additional officer. We had to buy another locker and put that in a very inconvenient location. Likewise, some of our administrative staff downstairs have moved their lockers out. Those are now inside of their offices. One of our lieutenants shares his office with 4 sergeants who are his immediate subordinates. Same thing where a previous break room has been repurposed into an investigator office. At one point in time when I started, I believe we housed 4 individuals out of there, and just conducting follow-up phone calls, investigations is not conducive to do that at the same time in a shared office space. So in summary, and also one thing I failed to mention, we have no temporary detention facility downstairs. So when this facility originally opened, the intent was to have a jail cell, an interview room, and a restroom. That's all been repurposed. What would have been the jail cell is actually a supplemental office to our investigators. The bathroom has been repurposed as a staff bathroom, and the interview room is now where we process our evidence.
Chief, when we think about a community that is welcoming and how our current facility impacts staffing and your ability to hire and the diversity and equity of those officers that we may draw to apply at our police department that would be reflective of our community, can you speak to what our facility currently does for that situation? You touched on it briefly, but.
Or doesn't.
Or doesn't, right?
So that's a really good question. Right now, we are probably in one of the most challenging hiring, recruitment, and retention times that I can ever recall in law enforcement, either certainly in my time and also in my dad's generation as well, who was a police officer. So I think there's a direct connection where you take a look at the candidate pool that does exist, whether that's somebody that's in school or maybe it's a lateral officer at another department. They do have the luxury to be selective. And one of the things that commonly would be looked at is opportunity, I think first and foremost. So if you look at whether that's training opportunities in a facility, and then that translates also into employee experience, which I would argue is an accumulation of many small things, which on the surface may not seem significant, but it's how you start your shift in your locker room, how you gather your equipment, where you go to log into your squad car, what that squad room looks like. Just, it's the total experience, which I think has a direct representation on the type of candidates that we can recruit.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna have the same question, so thanks.
But could you talk a little bit about some of the challenges for our officers? Because I think retention and recruiting are like hugely important, because right now finding good officers is very challenging in this environment. And there's a number of things, a number of factors you sort of alluded to that the officers have to deal with that impact their own safety when they're working around this area, or even the ability to function or to get out of our driveway, for example.
Yes, so, I mean, I did touch on some of these elements, but, from a security standpoint alone, if you take a look at, and let me say this, since 1987, 1988, a lot has changed in the world. When you look at how police facilities were built in the late 80s versus how they're constructed today is a direct representation of that change. And again, from a security standpoint, in my time here, we have seen instances within close proximity to the building where vehicles have been positioned, there's been people with firearms, There's been attempted intrusions into this building from criminal suspects. There's been a vehicle that's been driven through the garage door, which the vehicle came through from a public street through our lot into the door. Fortunately, nobody's been injured in any of these instances, but the concern is there nonetheless. And a lot of the other things translate into the more practical elements. Something as simple as where the vehicles are housed, being out in all types of elements, having to start your car with a jump pack at the start of your shift. And again, I talked about technology, which I failed to get back to. But if you look at the addition of computers to squad cars, I mean, those are electronic devices. When they're left in cars, they have to be warmed up before they can start, which is how we get all of our dispatch information today. Same with the radios in the vehicles, medical equipment, AED, defibrillators, all of these things are sensitive to the elements. And it's just a lot of, again, it's an accumulation of those small factors that has a direct representation on recruitment and retention. We've been very fortunate here from a retention standpoint. We have officers that work here. Their hearts are in it for the right reason. They're very dedicated. But this is a very unusual period in law enforcement, and my biggest concern comes down to that recruitment piece.
The other thing that causes me a lot of concern is our employee parking for officers is in the ramp coming down, and their vehicles have been vandalized. And to me, what that says is that people see them drive in there, they know what their vehicle is, they know who they're targeting. And that concerns me when we see officers that are directly being threatened, by having their own personal vehicles, which to me, if people know what their personal vehicles is, they also know who to follow too. So I just think there's a lot of security things that really, really concern me.
I mean, in the civil unrest issues that were happening, luckily we didn't have it here, but with one exit out of that ramp, that makes it very challenging as well for squads and people coming and going. So that's another thing that's a concern. Luckily, not here so far.
I also think about the equity for our community and our residents in that if you live downtown, you're a little bit more likely to have faster service because that's where the police department is. So our fire department currently sits more at the center of the city, but our police department doesn't. So I think of the equity for our residents. Now, I live downtown, that's good for me, but thinking about our whole community, it makes more sense with the plans to have it more centralized to serve our whole community better.
Well, and just so people are clear, what's being proposed is that we would actually utilize the existing fire department spot and put both the police and fire both on the fire department location. We have enough land that we own up there that we could accommodate putting them both on that site. And it's smack dab in the center of the community, which makes response a lot better. The fire department's in a perfect location right now, but the police department's not an ideal location for response.
Actually hit the nail on the head with my question to you, Chief. We've talked a lot about the challenges of our current facility, but what would be some of the opportunities that haven't been discussed in regards to a public safety campus?
All right. And that's a great question. I think first and foremost, I've talked about our good working relationship with the fire department, and I think that's something that potentially could be enhanced with the shared unified campus. And I think one of the two large areas where I think there's room for benefit and growth in these areas is, number one, the most important thing to me as the police chief is our service delivery, and what does that look like to the community in making sure, whether it's response times, it's being public facing with engagement. I think that public safety campus would allow for police programming, joint programming, and certainly, from the response capacity alone is beneficial, and many of specialty positions, different types of consortiums become possible when we have a larger facility, just given the storage capacity, things that needs to be done. So there's growth there from a tangible standpoint. But also, I think one of the biggest potential benefits would be joint training between police fire, ways that we could train together, our staff could work better with each other, get to know each other better, and maximize overall resources. So if there's things that the fire department could use from a training capacity, how could we embed our police officers with them in some kind of a joint training. And I also think it's good to be public facing on a unified campus. There's one area for people to go when they're seeking some kind of a public safety service. So I think there would be immense benefit with it.
I think that there are cost savings by having, I mean, there are a lot of things that can be shared versus each having your own, and I think that that's an important thing. And the fact that we have the land there is a huge cost savings. I mean, it's still expensive, don't get me wrong, but it still saves us from having to go out and purchase land beside that we have that ability to do that. So I think that there are a lot of cost savings with the two being together and operating together. There's still individual operations. It's not a public safety, but it's a public safety campus, and they'll still have their own separate things, but there are areas that can and could be shared, one being an EOC that, you know, in all likelihood will be developed in that, and that's somewhere we'd go in case of, you know, a tornado event or, you know, a severe weather event, that everybody can come together, they can be in a room together and take care of the issues at hand would be needed.
We don't want to forget the other chief back here.
Nope, come on, chief.
Well, Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Like Chief Seibert, I wanted to start by providing a little bit of background and context for you all as we illustrate kind of a need for the public safety campus. When I joined the fire department 15 years ago, we ran approximately 550 calls a year. We had one full-time member being our fire marshal, and then 44 of us were paid on call or volunteer members at that time. Fast forward to today, through today, actually, except for a few seconds ago, we got another one. We have run 1,334 calls for service year to date. We are projected to finish well over 1,400 calls for the year. Our call volume has increased 89% since 2017. And what that has done is it's forced kind of a staffing transition for us. So we now have 6 full-time members as well as 41 paid-on-call members. Our full-time members staff Monday through Friday, 8 in the morning till 4 p.m. Our paid-on-call members staff Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. till 10 p.m. And then overnight, we are a pager response department. So our members are home, there's no one at the station. The pagers are tripped by county dispatch, and we respond to the station from there. So the duty crew model that we've begun moving towards, we started that migration in 2014. At that time, it was really to address a rising call volume, provide better service, and then as well as deal with some of the unpredictable staffing that we were beginning to see at the fire department. And as we have a goal of moving towards 24/7 staffing, and the hope is that in a couple of years that we can achieve that. As of January 1st of next year, we will be staffed Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. As we add a shift on Saturdays. And that's through a combination of full-time and paid-on-call firefighters. The next steps for us are to staff Sundays and then to tackle the overnights. And that is part of the concern that we have. Currently, we're unable to staff overnights because we have nowhere for our members, most of whom are paid on call and have other jobs, to come to the fire station to sleep while they're waiting for calls to go out. We don't have an adequate sleeping quarters for them. One of the other challenges we have, and we've seen this through our duty crew models, we've gotten very good with duty crews with our training, but we're kind of maxed out with our on-site training opportunities at the fire station. We have repurposed one of our truck bays, for those of you who have been there, and it's full of training props. But we're out of space. It's starting to creep outside, which I don't particularly like right now, but that's kind of the world we live in. And one of the challenges, for example, so when we do auto extrication, we practice cutting apart cars. We do that in the back of our station, which is immediately adjacent to a neighborhood and within view of a park. And I love being next to the park. We have our doors open all the time. We want the kids to come over. We want them to come talk to us. But it's also created an attractive nuisance because we have no way to isolate that vehicle, which we've been practicing on, which is now full of sharp edges, glass, that poses a serious safety risk. And as we aren't always staffed and we don't always have eyes on that, that prop, that creates a potential hazard for us. So back in 1996 when the fire station opened, anyone who was around at that time will tell you it wasn't designed to be anticipated for daily use. They never anticipated people would office out of it, and they certainly never anticipated that people would need to sleep there. So we have had to get creative with some of our office space. We currently have a fire marshal that's officing out of old ambulance quarters after Ridgeview relocated during COVID to 212 ER. And then our assistant chief.
Which was originally a storeroom.
Our assistant chief is currently officing out of a closet, which was our history center. And we actually have 2 people in that closet. Again, so we've had to get creative with some space needs. Another challenge with space is we are currently out of locker space. Again, we have 47 members, and we have a finite number of available lockers for their gear, and also for members to come in and change from their day clothes they wear to work to the uniform that they're asked to wear during their fire shifts. So we've maxed out there as well. And it's not as simple as just, well, let's just add more lockers. We're physically out of the space that we've kind of allocated for lockers currently. One of the things that I think is important for context for you all is the fire service across the nation has gotten smarter as we address things like cancer, cardiac issues, and mental health issues. Those are the 3 big killers of firefighters right now that are besides some of the on-the-job injury stuff. As part of that, you all have given us permission to get a second set of gear for our firefighters, which is exceptionally important to prevent some cancer stuff. It allows us to clean it more efficiently, to send it out for servicing, but we got to store it. Again, we're out of locker space. So again, we did something really good, but then we kind of created a different issue for ourselves. That PPE in our locker space is currently exposed to UV light via our garage doors and our diesel fumes from our trucks coming in and out. And what that does is it breaks down and shortens the life of that PPE and exposes the firefighters to increased cancer-causing particulates. So we have to then wash it more often. We have a gear extractor that our firefighters use, but that also sits in our apparatus bay, exposed to the diesel fumes, which NFPA has recommended that every fire station has a diesel exhaust system. We don't have that. We built a station before that was really a thing. And if you're not sure what that does, I know many of you have been to our station. Next time you're in our apparatus bay, look at the walls. They're supposed to be white. They are yellow. That's what our firefighters breathe in. So I guess to sum it all up and in conclusion is, and I get to ask for you and why the public safety campus is so important to us and our members, is we need to finish our duty crew transition. We need to staff overnight. We are really taxing our paid-on-call firefighters by asking them to do what they're doing right now, which is, so for instance, last night, the pager went off 5 times from 5:45 p.m. till 7 a.m. 2 of those were staffed via the duty crew model. So the only firefighters that were asked to respond to that were the ones that were working already. The other 3 happened overnight between the hours of 10 and 7. So that was 3 times that we woke up 47 people to get them out of bed, to meet the need, and they're doing it. They're great at it. But that eventually comes with a cost. That's a lot of ask for these guys to continually, these men and women to continually get up at night. Anybody that's not slept through the night knows how exhausting that can be. So I guess if I like to put it this way, when I think of why we're doing duty crews and why we're with the journey that we're on. Chaska Fire's response time improves by just over 5 minutes when we're staffed versus when we're not. So what does 5 minutes mean? Fire doubles in size every single minute it's in Freeburn. Anoxic brain injury begins in adults at 4 minutes. when they are deprived of oxygen. That 5 minutes is a big, big deal. That's why we're on the journey. That's why we're trying to get to, and what the Public Safety Campus helps us do, it helps us finish that process.
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
So right now, I know that you have a boundary limitation based on where people live, proximity to the fire station.
Yep.
It's like 12 minutes, correct?
Yeah.
Or something along those lines?
Yep.
If the city were to switch over to a 24/7 duty crew, would that no longer be something that was a requirement?
I think that's on the table because it changes the way we respond. Part of that need to have people closer is because we need them to respond to the station in a timely event.
Right.
I've always argued that the motivator to that is our ability to attract qualified people. But as we scale out, it does create opportunity for our members to move further away. We are currently losing qualified firefighters.
That was my
to
touch
moving,
point.
they're moving away, because whether it's affordability, whether it's just finding acreage, whatever it is that is their issue. We just actually have one that started leave this week, that we spent a lot of money to train. And he's a very qualified and great firefighter, but that is an issue that we have.
And you know, I know with recruitment piece of things and also competition from neighboring
Yep.
communities, that would be impactful, correct? That
Yes.
as a recruitment tool?
Yeah, any value add that we can make it easier for our paid-on-call folks especially to participate, because it is a big ask. So anything we can do to make their life easier and make it easier for them to be part of our organization is good.
So could we, we've talked about the whole duty crew thing for, many times here.
Yep.
But a number of the members of the audience probably haven't heard about this or aren't familiar with it. So 2 questions. One, could you, kind of explain what that is for the members of our audience who are listening? And then also talk a little bit about how the duty crew model will help us with recruitment and retention of firefighters.
Sure.
And also maybe one other thing, how it will help us preserve a paid-on-call model.
Yeah. Sorry, making notes. So the duty crew model works, again, it's we are staffing the station with 4 firefighters, 2 of which are qualified one to drive the truck and 1 to lead the crew. And then we have 2 firefighters in the back. And it is a scheduled shift. They can sign up and schedule their time. They have certain minimums that we ask them to meet. They can exceed those if they want, and there's availability. But they are at the station. They're paid an hourly wage to be there and be available for calls. Again, we began that journey a number of years ago. What we've seen that do, as far as some of our, let's say, retention and recruitment, is we are seeing, in a world where people are busier and busier, the folks who have the availability just to respond via the pager and drop whenever it goes off, and that's birthdays, Christmases. I've done it. My wife is very, very understanding. We're seeing those people fewer and far between. More people want to have scheduled opportunity. And so we've seen that feedback from all of our recruits. They very much value the ability to schedule their time when they're going to be there, because it allows them to live the rest of their life. So is that kind of answering?
Yeah, and how does that, and if you could talk a little bit about how that affects, recruitment a little bit deeper, because I know there's more to it than just that, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's what we have, again, the feedback that we have gotten, and with it, recruitment and retention is the #1 thing in the paid-on-call volunteer fire service and throughout the country. We're seeing a decline in volunteers all over. What we have looked at with the duty crew model is it levels that out. The scheduling thing has become really, really large for a lot of our folks. It has also increased the competency of our firefighters, because they're there all the time, they're training, they're getting more opportunities, they are better. The fire department is better today than it was when I came on. And again, that's just, those people are that good. And it helps them, again, they end up being invested with each other in a smaller group setting, so they feel like they're part of something bigger. Again, all that goes to the retention, all that goes to the recruitment, to Councilmember Hubbard's point of the ability to change our boundaries and have that be a tool if we want it to be. That also helps with recruitment, as we can reach out to other folks. We've seen folks immediately to our west that want opportunities to work duty crews and staff a fire truck apply to join our organization. So again, that is another tool for us as we look for recruitment.
Pretty cool, thank you.
I think another thing, Chief, that that you didn't really touch on is that through the duty crew model, that more people actually get the hands-on opportunity. Because if you lived on maybe on the outer edge of Chaska somewhere, if you're not on the first truck, a lot of times you're not really getting involved in that. And I think this gives everyone a better advantage, and it makes them a better overall rounded out firefighter. So I just think that that's something that.
Yeah, very much so.
I think it's also, you touched on it, but I just want to drive this point home, like the importance of the health of our firefighters, whether it's mental or just in general with cancer causing agents in the air and everything. I think that's so important and gets missed a lot. And you kind of mentioned 47 people woke up to that page last night, and I think about it, and there was maybe 100. There were spouses in those beds that woke up too, and that is taxing on a relationship and that mental health. And firefighter suicide rates have so dramatically increased. And so you think about that mental health impact, the cancer impact, and how those deaths have increased. And when I think about our firefighters are literally our neighbors, they are going to pay these tax dollars too, and how important it is to protect them.
Well said. Better than I could have said it.
Could you actually talk about one thing with regarding when we talk about recruitment? What was, today's world is a lot different than it was when you first started as a firefighter. Can you kind of contrast the difference of how difficult it is and how challenging it is to recruit today versus back then?
Sure. Well, I wasn't doing the recruiting back then. I was the recruit, so I can speak to that a little bit. I certainly joined the fire department because I wanted to get involved in the community, and that part is the same. Same today that it was then. Again, the ask is much different. 500 calls versus now 1,400 calls. And again, that's an average of almost 4 a day. And unfortunately, it's not predictable like that. It's not 4 a day. Sometimes it's 8.
Real quick on that, we have to remember that they don't just respond to fire calls.
Yeah,
There's a lot of medical calls that they respond to too, that they end up being some of the first people at medical calls that take care of some pretty significant issues.
Yes. On other calls, ducks. We go to ducks a lot sometimes when that happens. There's increasing call demands on any public service, and we are not immune to that as well. Going back to some of the differentiators, certainly when I started at the Chaska Fire Department, it was much more of, it's too cliche to say social, but there was more social components to it. It is definitely now has transitioned to more of a part-time job with part-time expectations. That camaraderie still exists today. It looks different. We still have family events. We still have our retired members are coming up to see us. So that compare and contrast, it's similar, but it has also evolved with us. Certainly the biggest difference is in 2007 when I joined this organization, it was a single man. I don't know if I could have joined an organization like the one we exist now with kids. The people that are doing that, that's tough. And so we try to work with them, that's the highest demand for their times up is the first year. So try to work with them, be flexible with them. I'm very fortunate that for whatever reason, it just worked out that I didn't have that in my life at that time. But that, again, the duty crew model, as we've harped on many times, that's part of what makes it a little bit more palatable for those people.
Maybe you can touch, and I think I might know this, but the retention piece that we talk a lot, is it still 2 years for a firefighter to become fully trained now today?
So our probationary period has changed. It was 2 years when I came on as a 2-year probationary period. It is now down to 1. But part of that is because we can see and evaluate people differently than we previously could. So they're there more. We're able to work with them more one-on-one. So we're now down to a year. probationary period, and that's a good thing for us.
And it's not only the training, it's the gear that you have to put them in as well, and they're custom fitted, and so you don't like to be doing that every other week if someone moves or changes.
Right, investment
things like that.
dollars in.
It's $15,000 to train a firefighter for the first year.
Yes.
So we try to make sure that we do all of our vetting up front in the intake process so that people are going to stay. And it has worked for us. Our retention is better now than it was certainly in 2009, 2010. We've seen that grow, and that's by doing a little bit more homework up front with folks and making sure that they understand what it is they're signing up for.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else for
Should I
the
move
chief?
on?
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So with our building improvement plan, so, we talked about the 4 real public facilities we're talking about here. So part of this is the funding, part of it's the actual construction. So there's practical things that we have to address, from how long it takes to actually design a building and get it out for bid and go through the planning process. And there's financial realities of how long it takes us to actually get enough dollars to be able to support the debt service on each one of these facilities. So knowing that, that's sort of where I put sort of an expected timeline together. So even though we would start implementing this program in 2023 from a funding perspective, we likely wouldn't see construction start until the spring of 2024. Both because of the time it takes to design a facility. It takes about 12 months to design a facility. And then we have to go through the planning process, everything. So even if we started on January 1st of this year, it's until January 1st of next year before we get through the design process. And then we have, 4 to 5 months of the planning process, and also going out and actually finding a contractor. So, and also you'll see with the costs and debt service is that the public safety facility is one of the more expensive components of the program. So it actually takes 1.5 years of implementing our funding program to be able to afford the debt service for that component of the program. So from an expected timeline, 2023 would be design of the public safety facility and completing of the planning process. 2024 would be complete bidding to choose a contractor for the public safety facility, with construction starting in the spring. It's about an 18-month construction process to actually do that. We'd also use 2024 to design the MSB facility expansion and complete the planning process. 2025 would be completing the bidding to choose a contractor for the MSB, with looking for a construction start in the spring of 2025, and that's about a 14-month construction process. But then we'd also use that 2025 for the design planning for the library facility. The reason we have the library facility third is because we really can't do anything with City Hall until that use is vacated out of this building, because we have to be able to, if we don't want to add on to this building, we have to be able to use that space. And so that's why that's the third component of it. So 2026 would be completing bidding to choose a contractor for the library, and then construction start in the spring of that year. That's an 18-month construction. And then, excuse me, it also used 2026 to complete the remodel design work for City Hall. 2027, complete the bidding to choose a contractor for City Hall. City Hall is just a remodel, so that would take less than 12 months to actually complete that. So if we went forward based on that schedule, we could anticipate Public Safety Center opening the fall of 2025. The MSB building late summer, late year of 2026, the library the fall of 2027, and City Hall the early summer of 2028. So I just want to make sure people sort of understand what that process is. We, as you know, at the last meeting, you guys did authorize us to go out for an RFP process to seek architects, and we set it up so that if you guys decide to move forward with this, we're ready to move right away to meet that schedule. If you don't, no harm, no foul. We just, then we would just adjust that accordingly. So the estimated pricing, and this comes from the concept planning that we did with Leeway Daily as the architect and then RJM as the contractor, is $41 million for the public safety campus, the MSB expansion remodel of $44 million, City Hall remodel of $11 million, and a library construction of $19 million, for a total of $115 million for all the facilities. The financing of that, it would be a total debt service over a 25-year period of about $6.1 million. $4.5 million of that would we'd program to come from tax levy support. $1.6 million would come from our utility services, and the reason being for that is because, like in our municipal service building, 2/3 of that building is our electric, our water, sewer, and stormwater, and then also we obviously have supporting services in City Hall that are supporting the services of utilities too. So we need to make sure that our utilities are contributing to that as well. So this is a chart that we've used as we've gone out and talked with the public from a funding perspective. As we have it laid out now, we've looked at trying to look at this over a 4-year period for funding of the facilities. And we've used that median value home in the community to sort of understand what this means. So basically sort of dividing the funding from the tax levy support into 4 years, equal amount each year. It shows that it basically adds about $8 per year to the total until we get to that total amount. So 2023 would be $8 per month to support this program. 2024 would be $9 per month for a total of $17. 2025 would be an additional $8 for a total of $25 per month, and then it would end with additional $9 per month in 2026 for a total of $34 per month. And the one thing I point out about this is that we have factored very little growth into this, so we try to present this as sort of worst case scenario. Obviously, we're a growing community now, and the more growth we see in the community, the lower these numbers get. And so, but we can't guarantee that, and so we don't want to advertise that. So we've tried to give people sort of, if we saw very limited growth in the community, what they could expect. But to me, it's one of the important reasons why you want to do this during a time period when your new growth in the community is still occurring, because you can start to spread some of this across new uses, industrial uses, commercial uses, those types of things in the community, and not have it fall just back on your existing tax levy base. So that's the building program. Is there any questions before I move on to sort of finishing up for us?
Questions?
Okay. So the last sort of items of note in the budget, one of the things is we have a pumper replacement. One of the challenges that we have now is that there is, it's about a 2-year waiting process to get a piece of fire apparatus. Right now, we've found that we have at least one major truck down 25% of the time, which only leaves us with 2 major pieces of apparatus. So one of the things we looked at doing was to take one that was scheduled in 26 and bump it up by 2 years to be able to get us in that schedule. But what we do is, instead of going out like we typically would do and sell the pumpers replacing, we would actually keep that pumper in place. And so it doesn't actually change. It's hard to explain, but it doesn't actually change our equipment replacement schedule until like 2041. That's how long out that goes before it actually impacts adding on an additional vehicle onto this. This wouldn't have an immediate impact on the 2023 budget because we use equipment certificates to do this, and we also wouldn't take order this until 2024. But if we're going to meet the 2024 schedule, we have to put it on order this year, just because of the lead time. There's some smaller items in there. One of them that is one that I think all departments could use, but utilities and public safety services in particular is the addition of a drone. It's not much, it's a $10,000 cost, but one of the things that it would start getting at is some of the challenges that we have with being able to locate people in ravine systems, be able to get up to our utility systems without having to take bucket trucks up there, things like that, and also just marketing efforts that we can do within the community as well. We have $10,000 towards internal DEI efforts and training. Tactical robots for police use, this is $4,000. This allows, we're trying to get away from putting officers in positions where potentially bad things can occur. So this would allow for entrance into a barricaded property by a robot to assess the situation without putting the officer and suspect in proximity with each other until we actually are able to check out a situation. One of the issues that we're really seeing in the community now is the significant rise of emerald ash borer. So there are certain parks and trees and things like that through the community that we're probably going to want to treat because they're significant enough trees. And if you don't treat them every year, they can get the disease. And once they get the disease, they're done. We have $40,000 identified in there for being able to do more treatment for emerald ash borer. One of the things that was talked about by the Planning Commission and the Council this year was being able to bump up our community engagement, public engagement efforts by getting out, especially for planning cases, more notifications to people to get them involved early in the planning process, and so we have dollars incorporated there. Add resources to pay for the annual fencing consortium lease. So again, we talk about some of the things that happen with riots in Brooklyn Center and Minneapolis. Nobody can afford, nor can they get to have something that could barricade their property, but it might at some time, it's one major incident away from needing that. So there's 40 communities?
In total, I think 29.
29, okay, 29 communities in the metro area that have gotten together to create a consortium to basically purchase fencing together so that we all don't have that expense, but it's something that if a department ran into an issue that we'd have access to that. We have replacement of 8 rifles in the police department at $6,800. That's to standardize that equipment. We have some pretty old equipment. And then we currently don't have mobile field force protective equipment. We want to try to get outfitted for 12 officers for that, which would be $10,200. So when we look at the revenue, budgeted revenue and expenditures, so for the 2023 budget, total revenue would be $24.6 million. That would be a 13.4% increase. And again, most of the increase that you'd see is associated with the things that we've already talked about in the budget proposal. From a budget expenditure standpoint, again, it's 24.6 million, so again, a 13.4% increase. I've sort of put some notes in here on the items that look like they're higher to sort of explain. So they're basically everything you've seen, but sort of putting notes on there so that you can see where they actually fall in the budget, so that you can understand sort of which departments and how they sort of fall into that budget. So want to get to talk about the tax levy impact of implementing our base tax levy growth along with the staffing study and building improvement plan. So again, we look at the median value home in the community. The median value home in 2022 was $298,500. The median house value in 2023 was $370,700. If you take those two homes and look at the 2022 taxes, it was $959. The 2023 taxes were $1,171. So that'd be an increase of $212 annually, or $17.50 per month. And again, sort of breaking down where those different components are, again, the baseline operational levy growth, so that's basically keeping services the same. That's $5 per month. The staffing study growth would be $4.50 per month, and the building improvement plan would add the additional $8 per month. This sort of looks at both where we would go. This was another exhibit that we provided to the public when we went out and talked to them. So sort of looking at, not only our sort of operational tax levy, but also the facility debt service and sort of where that would bring that $370,000 house over that time period. Again, we had said that in total, at the end, it would be an additional $34 per month to be able to implement the entire program. From a tax levy perspective, this shows where Chaska would be in the 84 cities that are in the metropolitan area. Chaska would move to number 56 with a tax levy per capita of $544.79. We'd move from 78th to 56th lowest, but that also assumes that all other cities have a 0% increase in their levy, which is probably not the case. Just sort of hearing around, if you look at, if you assume other cities had a 5% increase, which is pretty consistent with what you could expect at least cities to be at for this year, we'd be ranked 64th out of 84 cities, so we'd be in the bottom 24% of cities of tax levies per capita. And even at, one of the things that we've sort of tried to provide some foreshadowing on is we expect that even after this program is fully implemented, that we'll still be in the top or bottom. We won't go beyond the midpoint of where cities' tax levies per capita are. But one of the things that I think we need to keep in mind is that if we do this program now, we'll have the funding component done by 2026, which means that we still have another 10 years of growth that occurs after that, which helps us sort of offset that as we go through up until full growth. If you do it once growth has already occurred, you don't have that opportunity. So our tax rate again would go down from 31.625% to 31.197%, which would be a decrease of 1.35%. So again, a reminder of the budget process. So again, tonight is the Truth in Taxation public hearing. The purpose of tonight is for the public to be able to hear the presentation on the entire budget, be able to understand that, but it's also a public hearing. So to be able to take any comments, questions, or concerns. No action is taken at tonight's meeting. It's informational only, and it's time to take public comments or questions. But it's also meant to get final feedback from the council, because we do need to be in a position where on December 19th, we need to come back with our final budget proposal. So it's also meant to get sort of final comments from you guys too, so that we make sure as staff we're bringing back what you guys want to see at the meeting on the 19th. So again, we would consider the adoption of the 2023 general fund budget, establishing the tax levy, but also our enterprise fund budgets. We move to establish those at the December 19th meeting, as that is the last meeting of the year. So with that being said, I know that's a lot, but if there's any questions you guys have, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions for Matt before we open the public hearing?
I just always think it's important to say that, although some of us will sit here and not have questions, that fifth time, fourth time, I don't know.
You've seen
We've seen this a lot, right? So I just like to say that because I never want it to appear like I don't have questions or like I don't have that. So I always like to state that, because if you're tuning in now or missed a meeting or kind of like that, this has been our process since the summer, and so it's good to hear always again, because you catch up on things and you reinforce your thoughts and questions come up, but I personally do not have any questions.
And thanks, because I was going to say the same, that it doesn't look like we have questions, but we've asked tons of questions through the process, and even still tonight, we had questions, so every time it comes before us, something new pops up, so. But, all right, anyone else? All right, I will go ahead and open the public hearing up at 9:39. If there's anyone that'd like to come up and speak, I'd need your name and address, and you're free to ask questions.
I'll jump up first.
Okay. Hi, Jay.
Good evening. How are you, Mayor and Council? Jay Rowe, 3621 Cavallo Pass. Over the past several months, I've had a unique opportunity to knock on doors in Chaska. I heard often about the residents' concerns over their increasing tax burden. I heard from people with little voice, those that would be very intimidated and uncomfortable to come up here at council chambers. So I wanted to be their voice and share some feedback with all of you. My previous city council experience taught me that capital improvement plans were produced to look out over a 5-year planning horizon. As with this, a change in direction in the last 16 months to spend $115 million. I would have expected to have seen it in 2018 when I was still on the city council. There was no discussion or priority to build these new buildings, and that new priority was not shared until a year or so ago. The priority prior to a year ago, if people remember, was City Square West redevelopment. That's all we heard about was City Square West. However, since there was not a bonding bill, that project wasn't funded, and the focus moved to $115 million of new city facilities. The optics of that are concerning from a planning standpoint. This is a lot of money, which will bring large tax impacts to Chaska taxpayers. Just to bring into perspective how much money the City Council is looking to spend, let's look at our history of larger projects. The levy was around $10 million. The new water treatment plant was $15 million. Street reconstruction plan was $28 million. Fireman's Park redevelopment was $29 million. All of those large capital improvement costs total $82 million, $33 million less than the ask of $115 million, and came about over a period of 30 years of city planning versus 18 months. The Fireman's Park redevelopment was basically put on hold from 2008 to 2011 due to the downturn in the economy. We are in another downturn. I heard of 3 companies in my industry that are laying people off in the last week. And the timing for this ask of taxpayers comes at a time when we are seeing higher interest rates, building costs, supply chain issues, higher commodity costs, including food, fuel, all being shouldered by Chaska residents. Have there been any discussion about alternatives instead of building all of these new facilities? I can remember 20 years ago seeing an expansion plan of City Hall, build the library on an acquired lot downtown, move it out of City Hall, and build a connection to the History Center. That to me seems like a potential to save many dollars of taxpayers' money. We talk a lot about downtown revitalization, and moving the police department out of downtown would move even more jobs to the north side of town. This original plan should save taxpayer dollars. I realize the city had neighborhood meetings, River City Days, Fire and Ice to communicate these new facilities, but people are busy and time isn't always available for them to attend. And to be very honest, I don't know how close attention they paid to this information. I also don't believe the taxpayers understood the real tax implications to them until they received their proposed taxes for 2023. I would propose a better cadence. It was good to hear that tonight of more communication, on the planning process and what the council's looking at and what's the implications financially to our taxpayers. And another area the taxpayers would like to understand better is their home valuations as they continue to increase and pay higher taxes on those increases. Why doesn't that factor into the levy and a possible decrease in the levy to make the tax impact neutral? Another impact to our taxes is the HR plan. I would support and ask the council to reevaluate having the budget drive the HR plan as opposed to following a consultant staffing plan. From my public and private service has shown me that your accountability is important to the taxpayers. Chaska taxpayers are well aware that there will be more tax increases driven by the school district, county, and city in the coming years. Example, the new elementary school that will eventually be built in Chaska. Those asks will increase the tax statements of Chaska taxpayers even more. Your decisions and votes now will impact future investments and projects for the city of Chaska. Examples, Chaska City Square West. It may prohibit future councils to have the flexibility to pursue redevelopments and tie their hands on projects at the rate you're increasing our taxes is possibly unsustainable and will drive people to look elsewhere for a place to live. I appreciate the opportunity to speak during this public hearing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Jay.
Anyone else?
My name's Renee Frensko, 1300 Valley Street. I just have a couple questions. I want to thank you all for your presentation tonight. It was very thorough. With the market values being as high as they are, you're tapping into a very, very high level of that tax capacity rate, I guess, if you will, the overall budgets. In 2008, when the markets declined, we didn't see a decrease in our taxes during that time. We saw an increase. I'm afraid that that's going to be the same case. I work for the Carver County Assessor's Department, but I also am a resident of Chaska. This is painful. I received hundreds of phone calls regarding the concerns that Jay just expressed and the concerns that many people in this community do. They're pained, they're hurting, but when you guys are looking at spending tons of money at a time when we're looking at the highest market values we've ever seen and biggest increases, where is that? What's going to happen when the market tanks? And that's going to happen. We're seeing declines already happening. I'm not telling you this because of the job that I do, but it is what it's happening, and I've seen it happen before. They're not going to decrease. The tax homestead exclusion, if people have them, I lost half of mine with this increase. It's just the way the state law is. It's the way the market is. That will at least adjust. We could see a decrease or at least an increase, with that if the markets fall. But how is that going to capture it when we're going to continue to keep spending at a high rate? I remember having the conversation with council back in 2008 or 9, I don't even remember what year it was, when there was the whole wish list of all the items that the city wanted to do because we were coming out of a recession. I remember calling a couple of my city council members at that time and said, Mama doesn't need a new pair of shoes. We need to be spending responsibly for our citizens. So with that being said, that's all I have. Oh, I have one more. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm a little confused. You mentioned, the need for the EOC when you have an emergency. We already have the library. The county is already looking at what is the partnership between the police department and the libraries? Because when there is an emergency, Carver County handles quite a bit of that as well for all of Carver County. But we also have our separate police department. What's the relationship between, is there a?
Yeah, so
I'm not asking the question, but
Yep.
I don't know how to phrase it, I'm sorry.
No, I get what you're saying. So I think that probably the best example is when we were going through COVID. So Carver County, yes, does have their own EOC, but they're tasked to also provide those EOC services to the individual cities that contract with them. We do not contract with Carver County for that. Because we have our own police department.
I know, but is the citizens of Chaska getting double dipped then with that? Because we're also paying for Carver County services as well?
No,
We get a discount?
So the cities that contract end up having to, the county is required by law to actually go and actually determine how many additional services they're receiving beyond baseline services. So the Chaska residents pay for baseline services, and a resident of Chaska would pay for baseline through their regular taxes. And then they would have a city levy that actually supports those additional contract costs that go with it. So it's not a whole lot different, other than the fact that they don't have as many officers that are dedicated to them, things like that. But each city is responsible for its own EOC actions.
Okay.
So, but we do work together with the county, and we provide support like that. One other just clarification I'll make. So we actually did not increase our tax levy for 2009, 10, 11, and 12. It was $4.8 million each of those years for 4 years. So that was actually one of the challenges we talked a lot about at the time, was that our market values were decreasing. And so they didn't increase, they actually stayed exactly the same. There was a 0% increase for those 4 years.
Right, but it didn't affect the taxpayers because they still paid more. Bottom line, the very bottom line. People's
Yeah.
taxes didn't reduce.
Well, they wouldn't have gone up though, because we
Right,
kept
but
our
that's
levies the
that's
same.
the perception everybody wants. They think there's that direct correlation with, here's my value, it went here. Now, if it drops this much, the tax.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yep, yep.
it's just general.
Yep, I get what you're saying.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else?
My name is Chris Pauly, and I live in Chaska, 2151 Schindler Crossing. So thank you for listening to me. Hopefully I'll not ramble as much as I feel like I'm going to, but we'll start it off. So my taxes, everybody's got their hand out, right? I think you all know it. The Carver County wants 12.8%, the city 30%, the schools 13.7%, the Metro District 15%. Everyone's got their hand out. It's double digits, hundreds of dollars. I think everyone's trying to point out that the $8 or $9 in a month, you know, it's really adding up to this collective. It's not as sustainable. And no offense to anybody, but I listened to these huge stories of how bad things were with the police and the fire department, and I didn't have any idea, frankly. Not one idea of how bad it probably is, because it sounds bad. And again, no offense, but that just makes me think, is there planning here? What happened to the planning? Did we try to keep taxes so low for so long? We made a mistake years ago. You alluded to how.
Exactly
where we're at.
Yeah, but I mean, now we're paying for it, and all of us are paying for it in a time when we don't have that extra money. And you're all looking how to correct all these things, and I get it. But, you know, Chaska used to be forward-thinking a long time ago. You know, they built that large industrial complex, and we keep those jobs in the city. We keep the taxes low for residents. You pointed it out. We're among the lowest in the county. We, you know, took these things. We created a citywide internet, a mesh net. It was pretty unique. It wasn't fast at the end, everyone knows that, but it worked, and it was cheap for everyone's solutions to get internet. And then somewhere along the line, it changed. You know, we came back and said, well, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to put a T1 around the entire county, but we're not going to do the last mile, and we're going to throw you all to the market forces. We don't have an answer for what we're going to do. We're going to just say, go out and get internet at whatever cost. I was paying for $20 for the city internet, and that's all I needed it for. But now it's, you know, 60 or whatever. It's really indicative of how we started to be less forward-thinking, as much as that is. We recognized when we started to do all the roads in downtown, the old part of Chaska, we realized we wanted to, you know, do the sewers, and we realized we couldn't do it all at once. And so then you came back and you did this multi-year plan. It was great because we all knew it wasn't going to all happen at once. You couldn't do it and the people wouldn't pay for it. So all of a sudden, that incremental year-over-year replacement plan became the only way you could do it. So now here's this burden we're being forced with, and I get that you're even talking about 6 years out or whatever, but it points back to that idea that we didn't plan good enough before. And we're on the heels of pandemic, inflation, war. We're replacing all this infrastructure, double-digit increases. I think you have to think out of the box more creatively. I don't know what that is. Charge everyone $100 a year rather than $8 a month and be done with it all at once. The pain is over in one payment rather than 8 or 12. I don't know. That's really all I have to say. I think it gets to the idea that we were better before. And I'm hoping that with a little, magic, there is nothing else really, I get it, that we can return that forward thinking to the city, to the county, and everyone else who's got their hand up. The schools are gonna turn around and want a new building one of these days. You know, we already said, and then it's gonna be the technology fund, they need money for new computers. Everyone's got their hand out. So I appreciate the time. That's really all I have to say.
And I'd like to just comment that, you know, if it wasn't for COVID, we would have built the public safety building. We'd have been there.
Sure.
And that was our plan. We've looked at a 10-year plan to do this over. And a 10-year plan probably will cost us more money than doing it this way. And the reason we went to a 4-year plan is that there wasn't a cost, that big of a cost saving to the residents. And what it did is it left a huge unknown what those construction costs may be. You're right, construction costs are up, and we're starting to see things. What we're also seeing is there might be less in construction costs because there is a downturn coming.
Well,
And
I question the $500,000 city park. I mean, that feels expensive to me for the gazebo.
Not if you're someone in a wheelchair that can't get up the gazebo.
Well,
So it's a
I get
perception.
it, but
I mean, it's fair.
Sir, I gotta have you come back up here because they can't hear you at home. So it sounds like we're talking to nobody.
No. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's
I was
fine.
just, the park, the city park for $500,000 seemed to be expensive. It just stuck out at me, $500,000 for the gazebo.
And I will tell you, part of it is what we talked about.
Yeah.
We are so tied by SHPO that what
Yeah.
we can do there. But all the trails are in dire need of change. There's stumble points everywhere. We're a lawsuit away. Saturday night, myself and Elise that were there at the tree lighting had to stand over a hole in the gazebo.
I don't doubt it needs repair, and again, I don't mean to interrupt, I just feel like $500,000 seems expensive. You know, we've got Habitat for Humanity that comes in and rebuilds old people's homes, and it's free labor, and, you know, I don't know where they get their materials from, but I'd be willing to bet they don't put that amount of money.
I don't know if they do projects I have no idea.
Yeah, it just seems like, I feel like we should be able to think out of the box on some of these community-type things and get where we're going, and, you know, $500,000 just feels expensive for that. And that's really just one
And I will
example.
touch on that we have been very creative in, like, we're doing, the Lions Park is being redone right now. The bids came in so high the first time around.
Yeah.
So now, we as a city are doing some of that subcontracting. So we are taking some of that away, and we are using our own folks to do that. We're doing the same issue. We're the general
Yes.
of the issue for the new golf course. Because the bids have come in so high,
Yeah.
we have been able to, again, through creative thinking and financing, we have been able to buy the products ahead of time so that we can, we have them, but we can get them cheaper sometimes than a contractor, or because a contractor then puts an upcharge on materials. We did the same thing. We have a large sewer project, which is gonna open a new industrial park, which again, is another thing that's gonna help us as we're in that growing stage.
Sure.
That we went ahead as a city and bought the pipes ahead of the project, which is unheard of.
Well, and I don't mean to imply
No, but
that you're
I
not
just want.
doing something, doing
I just
enough.
want to say that we have been forward-thinking in a lot of things.
Okay.
And,
Yeah.
the police department has not been anything that we haven't talked about for 15 years. It's a matter of where do you put it? Where's the best place? And I think when we went through COVID and we started seeing really the deficiencies, that we came together and got someone in here and said, hey, you have the land to be able to do it. So you have that. There's a huge savings right there, building on land we currently own versus looking around and purchasing new land. Edina, Minnesota needed a new fire station, $19 million for the land, plus they had a terrace 4-story building down.
Yeah.
So we have been looking at all that, and I'm not gonna say that we haven't, we probably did plan good enough. But they've all been on the forward front. The library's been out there for 10 years, but where do you put it?
Yeah.
We went through a whole process and where was the best location? The best location that we came up with meant we had to take a county building down.
Yeah.
Then we had to find a site for that, and we almost had a site. COVID came. COVID put us in our building program in a bigger tailspin than almost anything else, because we were ready. I think we were pretty near ready to go. We were on board with the county where they wanted their building. We could build. So I feel that we have been forward thinking in a lot of things. I get it. I understand what you're saying. And I'll take the brunt of that to say if you feel that we didn't plan properly, but we've been trying to come up with what's the best way. And like I said, we've looked at a long-term plan, and by doing that, on a 10-year plan, by the time we get to that last thing, we could be done expanding in our city.
Yeah.
That puts as much of a burden on people then as it is today.
Yeah, no, I get it. Again, I didn't mean to imply that you guys personally didn't do a job. This could be people rotate in and out of these positions. I get it over time. This is a long-term problem we've had, but the net result is we're not going to be able to probably pay this because somebody brought it up at the county meeting about the assessed valuation versus the market value of homes as the basis. Does that ring a bell with anybody? That used to be the assessed value of homes that people were taxed on versus the market value? Does anybody remember that?
Well, I do know that, at least, well, you probably know better than anybody, but, the process that's used now is that they'll look at sales data and then they'll come in and they'll look at, like they have somebody that's here almost full-time, looking at building the building permit records to see who put additions on and all those, types of things. But they're guided by state statute as far as how they have to set the value, and they have to be within a certain percentage of what those market values were out there to be compliant with state statute. And I hear you completely. I mean, my own house went up 37%.
Yeah.
So I know exactly what you're
It just
talking
seems
about.
like we're in a position where this is not tenable. If the market continues to be so sporadically violent, if you will, up and down, never down lately, but in theory, to the point made earlier, if it does go down, the taxes won't go down very much. But the housing values, if it continue to go up and the need for infrastructure continues to increase, it's going to be evident that if people lose their positions or they're retired or they're, just for whatever reason, can't afford, I've got just under $600. Mine went up. And so it's not just a matter of what the city wants. It's a matter of what the school wants. It's a matter of what the county wants and everybody else. It's just not going to be a long-term strategy that you're going to hear more and more people say, I can't do this. Or they'll move out of the county or, and then you're going to be at that point where you're not going to have the base anyway. And, maybe we should be looking at putting more business infrastructure rather than focusing on single-family homes.
Well, that's a big focus, and it's one of the council's goals is so the industrial area that the mayor was just talking about is putting sewer in is the same size as the industrial area up on the north side of town. It's all going out along the highway. There's 5,000 jobs that will be created out there. And that, when I talk about the tax impacts, that's assuming we're not seeing that growth. If we see that growth, what you experienced back in the 80s and 90s, where you saw the growth being able to take care of some of the infrastructure needs, that's what will happen. But the one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to go out and create an expectation of something we can't control.
No.
And so that's where we sort of look at, here's what the impacts are if really nothing happened. But if growth occurs in those areas, it's going to have the same impact as when the industrial park occurred up on the north end of town. It was a huge impact in our community.
Okay.
We have a data center right now that has a option on a site that, being an electric utility, we would generate, based on what they're saying they'll use, upwards of $5 to $6 million a year. If those types of things happen, they're going to go directly back into reducing the costs of these projects going forward. But we can't guarantee those things happening until they actually happen, and we can't ignore the problem that exists right now.
How about the local government aid? Is the local government aid was promised to us and not given to us, or it just went to zero?
Well, it used to be promised and not given. Now they just tell us they won't give it to us.
tell us nothing.
But one of the issues
But they're
was-
holding billions of dollars, or $1 billion.
But one of the issues, and I sort of alluded to it in that presentation, was back in 2004, when we went from $1 million in over 2 years down to zero, we never re-levied for that. We used growth to accommodate for it. In the long term, that really put us behind the 8 ball, because in essence, the $1 million that we were using before to provide services was gone.
Yeah.
And we didn't replace it. And the things that we've had to do over the last, I'd say, well, 2012 is when we really sort of started this, because I had mentioned before, we went 2009, 10, 11, and 12 was a recession. We had a 0% increase in our levy at that point. And then in 2012 was when we started to have to really start addressing the issues that popped up from losing $1 million of LGA a year, from not, it was a great thing that our facilities were built with one-time money, because it meant that people were paying less in taxes for years.
Yeah.
But eventually that comes and bites you in the butt, because now you don't have those dollars. It's just like having a car payment. Once you get done with your car payment, you're not getting rid of the car payment, you're putting it into your next car. We didn't have that. And so, now we're having to really address these issues that have come up without having a real proper tax base to be able to address it. So, one of the things I think is really important to look at in all this is, where do we end up in sort of the mix of cities in the metropolitan area? I sort of talked about, we can project out as we go through this program, if there's no impact from growth that helps reduce it, that will be about the median value for taxes in the entire Twin Cities. But then we have another 10 years of growth, so we're going to continue to go down again. But now, having this in place, we're not only dealing with the initial issue, but now 25 years down the road, when we have to go and reinvest into City Hall again or the police station again, now we have dollars to be able to put into that, so that we can plan for not just this 25 years, but we can plan for the next 25 years too. Because we have to assume, as a city, we're going to be here forever. And we should be planning like we're here forever.
We also have to think about timing-wise right now. I mean, we're a community of, 28,000 currently, and our full build-out projects us to be about 37,000. So we're at a point in our growth where, if we plan these facilities and do what is intended here, when it all wraps up, we will plan for that 37,000, and so we'll plan for that full growth, but we're going to levy the growth of, new development coming in against it. It's a great time, even though it doesn't feel like financially, and we're all impacted by that, even the, several of us that are sitting up here amongst you.
Yeah, I think everyone understands that, so. No, I appreciate your time and consideration.
And I just do want to touch on one other thing. Our public works facility, we thought we couldn't build anymore. And when we had those architects that we talked about came in, and they found a way. I mean, it's back to creative. We're moving that whole distribution line that's there, that we don't have never thought of. But by doing that, we can stay in that same place. Again, no purchase of land, keeps our services all together, because the only thing we were gonna be able to do there, we were to the point where we were gonna have to split our services up. And now all of a sudden, if you have electric utilities out here or water over there, you have to start buying again more equipment and more equipment to do that. And this we found out through this process, that we can stay on that site and move that distribution tower so that we can still build there and be out of the right-of-ways of that utility. So, like I said, I totally understand where you are on that. But I just want you to know that we've done a lot of thinking different ways, and then when we found all these things could come together, we went and figured out how can we do that? What is the best way? And we went out, like I said, we went for 6-7 months, we've been out in and talking to the public, and have not ever said we weren't raising taxes. We have been saying that.
No, I know, but I think this is and there's a disconnect between your valuation notice, because you don't see the impact, because they were talking about that at the county meeting too. It's like, you should be talking to the assessor for the valuation, but you don't see the impact till you get this statement.
Absolutely.
And so I think everyone in here understands, they understand that the market went up, but they don't understand it till they get this. And there's much of the vision that you can put into that forward thinking, the consolidation of the infrastructure, wherever it is. It's all we can ask of the team, but I think there was a communications gap, because frankly, I was surprised, and if it was communicated, maybe I didn't look in the right place, or I didn't have my ear open to the right source, but.
One of these went out into every person.
And,
So it is hard.
There's so many of those things that come by, and they're like, vote for me kind of thing. They tend to not get very far into the house.
Well,
So-
I want to say though, like, I completely understand. It is hard when you're living your day-to-day life
Yeah.
to kind of pay attention to the purview. So I really want to thank you for coming forward and sharing your thoughts and your feelings and having this discussion and asking these questions, because it is really important. And it makes a really well-rounded conversation, not only for the people that are sitting in this room, but as our mayor always jokes, the 1.2 million people that watch us on YouTube or public access television. So, but really, I think some really good tidbits of information in case you're curious, because you had kind of mentioned that you had no idea kind of the state of the police facility and the fire station and things of that nature. Yeah, he's, like our city administrator suggested, the city staff is always available to give like a personal tour, but there are not maybe like 10, 15 minutes long, but there are a few videos on our YouTube channel that really discuss some of the challenges that we face right now in each of these facilities.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of eye-opening, as well as some of the other work sessions and things that we've had some of these topics of discussion and questions. So I know it's asking more time away from the things that you do in your
Yeah.
life to sit down and look at, but in case, or the website, so just a
Well,
lot of
and-
really good information.
I think there's talking points that you've given me just by listening to it tonight that I didn't have before,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, and that's,
it's-
I'm so
yeah.
grateful for you coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Neil Watcott. I live at 287 Brickyard Drive. I approach this with a lot of trepidation, but I want you to know that I appreciate the planning that you do continuously, and I see that, and I understand that it's in depth, and I understand that it's based on a lot of thinking and a lot of considerations, and I just wanted to make sure that you understood, and you do because you're homeowners, that the valuation of our homes is not a bank account. It's not money that we can just dip our hands into. I can't sell 100 square feet of my house. You know, I can't get into that bank until I sell my house. And as much as I appreciate the fact that you've laid the groundwork and done so much planning, it is based on the increased valuation of my home. And that's not something I have access to. I could hope that maybe you could provide help and go talk to my employer and say, look, to be able to, you know, fund these extra taxes, you're going to have to pay your employee 7, 8, 9%, you know, more. That's not going to happen either. But I just wanted to express the deep-seated concerns of a Chaska resident who sees this going up and knows that there's no way it's coming down. It's based on something that is a fluke that's happening right now, and just because you can charge more doesn't mean you should. Apologies if this goes against the wishes of you know, providing facilities and whatever else. But it is based on the valuation of the home. It's not based on my increase in wages. I'm looking at retiring in a short while, and I'll be on a fixed income. So I just want to remind everyone here that just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And again, this has not been easy. We've had our conversations, a lot of them, about the same thing, because we're all in the same thing. Our house went up 37% valuation, which to me, I can't understand that. You know, I'm there too, but we also have some very concerning issues with buildings that I'm not sure we can kick the can any further down the road. And I know that we're really in this uncertain time, but I still see Chaska that we have a bright future because of the things that we have that are just right there. And I don't see, I see the housing drop, and somebody mentioned let's do less housing. I'm very excited because we have done less housing than most of our neighboring cities by, you know, we just put up 400,000 square feet of commercial industrial site. We have that data center on site. We're in this coming year will be a final year of getting sewer. That was a big project, getting sewer out to this new industrial park. And to put all of that on, Costco coming here, more commercial will bring in more people. That we just looked at everything, and I know there's a lot of uncertainty, but this is really the time for us as a city to do this because of the things that we have coming forward. This first year might have that impact, but next year's might not be that. But I can't guarantee that.
And we can't believe it either.
Well, and I, sitting out there, I would say the same thing. I totally get it, I understand it. But I'm sitting here and I've seen, and I've talked about this and seen these things for a lot of years, and we've been really good about looking what's coming in the future, and I feel good about that. That I think that that's gonna come. I think that some of that, I'm with you, taxes never seem to go down, but the goal is that the future impacts won't be as high with the idea that it's gonna be spread out over more things. We got 500 units, apartment units coming. You know, that's gonna help. So we do have a lot of things coming, and with that growth should bring some other, maybe retail. I can't guarantee that. Like I said, can't guarantee anything. All I can, and that's why we use that. What we know is this. And that's what we have. We can't say that next year, maybe the impact is $7. We can't say that. But I feel that there could be some hope in that.
One of the things I will point out, though, and it was one of the things that we talked about early on in this program, is one of the benefits of sort of dividing this into 4 components is if there was some major thing that happened, so if we had another COVID, or if we, those types of things, it gives us the ability to deal with one building at a time. And if we get to a big issue, sort of like when we talked about our staffing study, we ended up putting a delay on that for 1 year because we came to an issue that we felt like, no, we just can't go forward. You guys decided, no, we just can't go forward with that. I think there is a benefit to sort of dividing this into 4 different buildings so that if we do run into an issue like that, it does give us the ability to put a pause on it and then be able to pick it back up again after whatever issue has arisen.
I mean, I think, and that's a good point. I kind of forgot about that because, this isn't about a $115 million building. This is about 4 components of that. And, I just saw somebody that had a referendum, I don't know if it passed, for a $147 million community center. I mean, we just talked about it tonight. We built our community center in, what year was it?
1991.
91? And it was 22 million.
22.5 million.
Today it's valued at,
If we started from scratch right now, it cost us $145 million to build that facility. It was Maple Grove, and they did pass it.
yeah, so.
And, yeah.
I think it's also important to point out that I know you guys are aware that buildings take time to plan and build. And like Matt was mentioning, that it does have the ability to pause something, but also things do need to take time to build. And so I know someone that came up and spoke referenced that it was just a year, but really, I mean, it's a multi-year process that we're enduring this. We're just starting the process now,
Did we,
You gotta come up, they can't hear you.
did we offer Costco any increment financing to build here?
What we did is we had a responsibility for our leg of the roundabout that's on Highway 41. So the way the state works is you have to pay for local legs of that. And so we used tax abatement from their project to pay our share of the roundabout out on 41.
Okay, but there's no long-term agreement that they pay less to actually build something
No,
here?
they pay, and even with a tax abatement or tax increment, they pay the same amount of taxes.
Okay.
It's just where did those dollars actually go to? But in this case, we used it to pay for our share of the roundabout out on 41.
Okay, because you hear those stories of, luring Amazon, who can compete more, and you're giving away the baby with the bathwater.
Yep.
And back to the overlay, is it really $20,000 a mile or whatever for overlay?
Crazy to think, but yes.
I mean, is that something that's bid out, or is there, how many
yeah.
players in
Yeah,
that
we
field?
bid- yeah,
Bid it-
we do, and
We have to bid it out
It
every
just
year.
feels like that's so crazy. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone, do we need to check if anyone's online? to say
Yes,
anything?
there was one person online.
I don't have anybody on mine.
Okay, just want to double check.
Oh, okay.
I have it up here, so I can kind of watch.
But to answer your question too, when you talk about bidding, I think we usually go out to like multiple different contractors, that ones we've worked with, ones we haven't worked with. And then, in addition to just like lowest cost, you also try to look with one who's gonna deliver, who's gonna be reliable, right? Because I mean, giving money to somebody who's just gonna take off with it isn't in our public interest either, so, we need to make sure.
How many players in such a,
Yeah.
in that type of a field?
Yeah, there's quite a few, but, they all come in pretty close.
The one thing I will say that I think bodes well for the timing of this is when we actually go out for bid for this is gonna be in 2024. And, because it takes, like I said, a year to plan it, it takes a half year to go through the planning process. A slowing down market would benefit us in this process. Now, it impacts other things, but it would benefit us because we did the cost estimates on this project in the highest portion of the market. And so that's the other component of this is as we move forward, we may end up adjusting the program to match what we're actually seeing for bids that, if they come in lower, we're gonna match the bids for what they actually come in. But I do think the timing of there's getting to be more hungry contractors. And I think that's gonna be to our benefit, especially looking at when we'd actually go out for bid.
And referencing, you're about some of the bids, this is money that we have allotted based on, current things, like City Square Park, maybe it'll come in less. And depending, or the contractor might have a new idea for this or that. We haven't even got into the specifications of what exactly is gonna happen over there, but we're allowing that much money there. Same thing on the trails. We just know in past histories, it's gonna be close in there, but we're gonna do, 3 miles, right? We're gonna do 3 miles,
Yep.
based on that. If it's under that, then, either we can use it on something else that may need it, or we just move it forward and use it on a future project. So, like I said, those are just based on, we have to put a number out there so that we have something to go by. And hopefully they're under,
And to your point about the inflation too, inflation is hurting everyone, right? And one of the challenges with it is that there's challenges that hurt us now, but there's also, on the flip side of it economically, there's also opportunity, because the longer we wait on something, the more that cost of that 114 million, if you wait 5 or 10 years, guarantee it's probably gonna be double that, right? You wait long enough, then it's gonna be 200 million, and you're not gonna have any growth to start spreading that 200 million around. So there's some things that you kind of look at and you kind of say, well, you know what, is it better to rip off the Band-Aid and get it done? Or you can wait and it's gonna be a much bigger pain for a lot more people, right? And that's part of the calculus here. Believe me, this wasn't taken lightly in any stretch. We debated many scenarios multiple times for countless hours here. So this is not something we take lightly, because we know it affects a lot of people who are not as well off as any of us in this room. And, it affects everyone in this community.
Yeah, I think that's the point driven is, I think it would be really easy for us to sit up here and not do anything. I've had a lot of really lengthy discussions over this. It would be very easy for me to say, yeah. But I see the importance factor of it, and I also bear the economic burden of it too, being a homeowner that pays, my mortgage. So it doesn't mean that I don't feel the emotional pain of your sentiments. I completely understand, and I value you coming up and sharing your thoughts and your perspective, because it really matters. But I've come to the realization that, I have to be courageous in this moment and face this dilemma head-on in the position that I sit in up here. And in touring all of these facilities when I came on board in 2019, I saw for myself, even before we had any discussion as a council about it, I went home after touring the police station and told my husband that they operate out of a matchbox, that there were shower curtains that were being used as cubicle dividers, that there is a holding cell that is now someone's office. It's just unacceptable to me. Our public safety providers for our community, they deserve so much more, not just to their benefit, but to the benefit of us as community members. And I never like to drive a campaign on this with fear, right? Don't want to lead with that. But I think about COVID and the insecurity of COVID and how helpless I felt when that all came crashing down. But you know what I didn't worry about? I didn't worry about my lights turning off. I didn't worry about the streets being plowed or maintained. I didn't worry about my toilet backing up and not flushing, or my water being operational. I want to make sure that all those services stay in continuity, not just for myself, but for all of our residents. And I just know that right now, at the capacity of all these facilities, we're at a critical point. And it's hard because I don't like the fact that we have to face the challenge of all of them at once. I'm frustrated about that too, very frustrated. But I'm not gonna point a finger to like the things that have already been done in the past. I'm a forward-thinking person to try to figure out how strategically we can face this challenge with, and be able to have this at a point where we can leverage the new growth and be at the tail end of full growth so that, it can be a benefit to the community and not a hindrance. Because I would never agree to something that would be a hindrance. I fully support this being a benefit to the community, and that this is even though it's an expensive ask, it's a reasonable ask, because this all, other than the library, it's city land, and the renovations that are being made to each of these facilities are strategically thought out for what their intended use is, and not lavishly designed to be something of another sort. That doesn't mean that I don't understand the financial impact to households. It's a really huge struggle for me. Huge, keeps me awake at night. But it's very important I think at this moment with everything, with all of the services that the city has to provide, that we have to do this. We just have to do this.
The conditions were surprising, that's all.
And I really, really strongly encourage, not just, I know there's just only 3 of you, and I really appreciate you sticking out this whole meeting, because this has been a very long meeting, and I'm sure there are so many other things that you could be doing. You could have your feet up watching TV, right? I mean, you could be doing plenty of other great things. But I appreciate you coming, but I also appreciate anybody that's gonna log in and watch this to its entirety. And I just want to reiterate to go on the website that is on our city website. I think it's called The Future of Our Facilities, but go on YouTube, watch the videos, reach out to us. I had planned to have a tour with a resident to tour the facility this week, and answer those questions, because I want people to know that this isn't an ask that comes too lightly. This is like a need, and that it's important for us to do this at this moment. And I think it's been very creatively and modestly done, for what is all the impact to every single one of our facilities that we're asking to do. Although I know altogether it's an expensive ask.
Any other questions, folks? And I will say the same as Councilmember Hubbard. Thank you for sticking it out. It's long. But I think it's well explained why we're at, or what we're doing, and what we're looking for, and where we're going in the future.
I have some thoughts, but I'll let you close the public meeting for my thoughts.
Okay. Last call before I close the public hearing. You're all good? All right. I'll close the public hearing at 10:33. Now you're on.
All right. First of all, I've been pretty quiet, and for any of those who know me, that's not typically me. So I jotted down some things and listened, and I'll be honest, just being reflective of this kind of the last several months. And I don't necessarily, I'll say, engage as a role as a council member in social media, but I'm listening and watching, because it's an opportunity to hear what people say and, express everything that was said up here about you, the individuals being here. But a couple things that just as I jot down and I hear things, I will point out as the number was already pulled out, as a specific example of a building, 91, 22.5 million community center, build it now, 145 million. You know, the conversation about the cost of all these projects that we've done in the past doesn't appear to the number. It's unfair. Like that's my honest reaction, because things aren't the same when those projects were put in place. So, you know, I hear that message, and it's easy to add a bunch of numbers of projects that happened in the past and throw it at you. But I'm just going to be honest and say, like, to me, that's a little unfair of a point to make, because things get more expensive over time. So that's kind of my, just as I jotted down and listened. The other thing, you know, that I really had heard, and I understand, and again, I'm not going to reiterate I understand the concern and the cost and everything like that. I truly do. You know, I think there's some conversation that gets out there about, you know, affordability, where people are going to live, or people are going to leave the community, and I understand that. But on the flip side, I will also argue that I think people leave communities if their public safety is not dealt with, if they don't feel safe and secure in their home when they're, you know, at 5 minutes. That was an awesome statistic, by the way. A scary statistic, but a pretty meaningful statistic. People leave cities for that too, because they don't feel that their personal needs and their safety. So I get it, right? We're going to cost people out. That's the concern, who want to live here and want to, you know, live in Chaska and call this home. But there's people that would be, on the flip side, say, I'm worried about my public safety. I'm worried about what if my house starts on fire? You know, so you know, we live in a day and age where everyone can pick a data point and use it to argue their side. You know, so, but I like to look at both sides of that, right? And I think that's a valuable piece when that conversation comes up about that. You know, I appreciated your moment here when you said that had we not done enough to our taxes in the past, and we all immediately had nodded. I truly believe that. My history to get up here on the council was through the park board. And I saw that same yellow slide with where we're at, and you talk about park amenities, and you talk about city infrastructure and the city taxes. And I think sometimes when people are up here, it is easy for certain circumstance and economic conditions and life, you know, events, to just say, you know what, we're gonna kick this can down the road and do it. You know, I echo the thoughts of Councilmember Hubbard. Like, I can't control that. I wasn't on here. It wasn't me. But all I can do is what makes sense right now. And I will proudly stand behind supporting these infrastructures for all of the same reasons that were stated up here. I'm not going to state them again. It's been long enough meeting already. Because it hasn't been haphazard. It has been planful. We've looked for creative ways to do it. We've anguished about what it means to that individual citizen, and we know that we're one line item on that. And so we control that, and yeah, that's a number, but we know there's lots of other numbers that add up, and that's what we pay. But I would, you know, someday I will not be sitting here, and I truly will feel that I've failed if our police station is currently what it is, if our fire station currently is, if our city hall and library is not built. That will be a failure to me. I honestly believe that. You know, so I don't see this as a career opportunity. I don't plan on, you know, being on for 30 years and I'll deal with it at year 17, year 18, year 20. I've been given this opportunity to listen and get to know people and have good conversations. And I do feel, you know, like it's a hard ask, but it's a worthy ask and a well-planned out ask. So with that, I will, I think I made my position really, you know, part of this conversation was to give clear direction to the city. I believe I've done that, and I do, again, I will end with just appreciating, I've been on the council 4 years, re-elected here now. This is the first time at a Truth and Taxation meeting that we've had people here. And I thank you, because we live in a day and age where it's easier to not show up and to complain about something later. And largely when that happens, it's too late, right? You know, so we didn't necessarily agree or come to agreement or disagree, but we were respectful for each other. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you showed up, because, like I said, this is the first time in my 4 years that anyone's ever sat there. And it's nice. That's what this role is about, community conversation, and sometimes we don't sometimes we disagree on situations, but at least we listen to each other and show respect for each other. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I think, and you touched on it at the end, you know, part of this country is built on representation for taxation, that you have to be represented when you're being taxed, and that's really important. And I thank you for representing your neighbors' voices. And I think that it's also important that we have to pay these taxes too. I took those same papers you brought up earlier, and I ran to my mom's house when we all compared our papers, and I had to be like, oof, I did this one to me. So I'm there with you there, and I think, as it's been touched on, we could just put this off, and that would be the more popular position, but it wouldn't be the right position. And it was said earlier, and it wasn't by any of you, it's been someone that since has left the meeting, that said, you know, door knocking and talking to the neighbors, and they were really had some thoughts to say about this, and that wasn't the experience I had. I think one thing that was really important was for the 5 of us to hear the voices of people and their thoughts. So I remember standing at Fire and Ice and saying, hey, we're gonna tax you more. Can you come talk to me about it? Because no one was stopping at the booth, because no one cared. They were there to get food and listen to the music. But having those conversations, going to the park parties, and that's one thing that I am really proud of, is the engagement in social media and the way we've shown up to those events to have those hard conversations and stand and look at a poster and say, this is the impact on us, impact on me, it's the impact on you, and it's not popular, it's not fun, no one's gonna like me more for it, but it's what has to be done. And I think when I stood next to my neighbors in front of the posters and the pamphlets and things, what I heard overwhelmingly was, yeah, that sucks, but I get it. And I just think it's interesting that maybe there was a different experience, but that was the experience I had. Or when we went on tours, that was, you know, people really saw how not good it is. And I think that's really where the impact is. So I know it's not popular. I know what we're doing is not popular. I get that. And I don't like it totally either, but I know that it's needed. And I know that 10 years from now, when someone else is sitting in this seat, that I will have done right by them. And that's not to point any fingers, but just to say that that's the best I can do. So I sat outside one of my neighbors, and I know he's an elderly man, he's retired, he's on a fixed income, and I said, what does this do to him? And I had to think about that. And you mentioned, like, losing sleep at night. That's when I lose sleep at night. I look at him and I'm like, what's my impact here? And I think that's what we have to do. And all of us, I know us all well enough to know that that's what we do. And that's really important to us. And so, again, thank you for coming, and I'll shut up now because I do this every time. But I think that's what's important. I know it's not popular, but I think it's what we need to do.
So I thank each and every one of you for coming here, because I think the best communications, those ones happen face to face. We can look eye to eye and say, you know, let's talk through this, right? And I think it's important because, you know, it's to look me in the eye and say, yeah, this is why we're doing this, right? And, you know, we're not hiding behind a Facebook post and not hiding behind an email, right? And I think that's okay. It's a good thing, right? And I think it's important to understand those values of why we're here, right? You know, we're here to look out for the best interests of the community. And one of the things that's really, really cornerstone to me about all these things is that when I look at this from the people around the community, the reason why we're doing this isn't just about the money, but it's because we value the quality of life, our neighbors, our community, all the things we have here. It's about taking care of those things. And if we don't do that, it's not like one big disaster is going to happen and it's all going to fall apart, but it's going to be a slow bleed, a death of 1,000 cuts, right? It's going to be like the equipment that's sitting outside in municipal services building is going to get more expensive to repair and replace because it's sitting out there aging every winter. We're going to have like spools of copper just like stolen and driven off like $50,000 at a time because it's just sitting in the yard with no fence because we don't have one out there, and it's not an enclosed building. We'll have, evidence going missing or somehow contaminated and not admissible, and someone getting away because we didn't have good facilities protected, or, firefighters, experiencing cancer because we didn't take care of the facilities, right? These are things that it may affect one person at a time, but they're devastating across the community when you look at them in whole, right? And the challenge is that at some point we have to address this and make sure that we're doing the right thing to take care of this. And then I kind of think of it as paramount to kind of equivalent to for example, just, what our doctors probably tell us all, if you need to get a little more exercise, eat a little healthier, take care of yourself, live a better, healthier life. And I think that's the investment, right? Sometimes it's hard to get off the sofa and say, okay, crud, I'm gonna hit the treadmill for half an hour, right? But you know what? It's worth it because, you feel better, everything works better, and then you can start getting the benefits of this long term. It's a long-term investment. And like I said, it's nothing that we take lightly at all because, I wouldn't vote for anything that I'm not willing to pay myself. And it's something that I look at as an investment in my community and our community because, I value the fact that we're here having a constructive conversation about this, and I want to continue having those constructive conversations, and I think it's great that we're able to do that. And sometimes, we'll agree, and sometimes we may not agree, but I hope that when we kind of look at things and look back on it, we can all look back and say, yeah, I think the community is still a great place, and that we all value the community, and we believe that we've done the right things to be here, that the community as a whole is still a great place to live. And that's why we're doing this. So, in the big scheme of things, I kind of look at this as an investment in ensuring that the quality of life that our police, our fire, our public services, our library, all of our facilities are facilities that we value and that will continue to value and cherish for many more years to come. So this isn't like a 5-year plan. To me, this is like a 30-year plan to make sure that we can build these things out. So when we become that fully built out community, we'll be able to cherish that and then continue to maintain that and not have to raise taxes again at the end of that 30 years or the end of the 25 years.
I don't think there's more to be said.
Well, like I said, there's no decision tonight.
I know,
made
there's
yet,
not, as I
so,
say,
yeah.
there's no action to be taken. We're not voting on anything tonight. This was just more to hear from our residents. And I think it's clear, we're happy that you were here, and I'm glad that you were able to share your concerns with us as well, so.
You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if
Yeah.
you want.
But hey, you're also welcome to give me, or I'm not going to volunteer their numbers, but give me a call if you want to talk about this. Happy to discuss. So.
Yeah, thank you
Thank
guys
you.
so much for
Thank you.
being here.
Right, we move to 8B, Temporary Transfer Authority Public Hearing and Resolution 2022-1.
I'm gonna say you guys can go.
Yeah, where are you going? Hey. I'm gonna turn this over to Louise because I've talked too much tonight.
Yeah, 2 zeros down.
Mayor and council members, tonight we are, staff is recommending holding a public hearing and adopting a resolution on what is being called the Temporary Transfer Authority. So if you recall, when we use tax increment financing, it is very strict in the uses, as well as any unobligated tax increment that we can pool and use in other development. But last year, the state loosened some of those restrictions and gave special legislation that allowed some of those unobligated tax increment financing funds to be used in a less restrictive manner. And so we have to actually act on this legislation by the end of the year if we wish to be able to use these funds. So kind of moving through, if we do decide to do this, then we would need to use the funds by the end of 2025. And if we don't use them for a project, they would be sent back to the TIF district that they originally came from. So we spent some time with our financial consultants at Baker Tilly to look at our unobligated TIF funds. And so we have about $2.5 million sitting in 3 housing tax increment financing districts that could be used toward this. And so we have developed a spending plan, which is required under state law to do so. And it's included as one of the attachments there tonight. And that outlines essentially what we would do with these funds, what districts they would come from, the amount of unobligated TIF funds, as well as how we would anticipate using those funds. So as we've looked at projects that we might be able to use these funds for, we've identified a few. And we've left it very flexible in the spending plan, so if a different project would come up, but essentially we'd be looking at projects in downtown Chaska, including City Square West in particular. So what we're asking for the council to do tonight is hold that public hearing, adopt the resolution, which would be essentially adopting that spending plan to allow us to basically capture these unobligated TIF funds, hold them for a project that may happen, and then if we decide that there is a project that could be, these funds could be used for, we would bring that project back to you for final approval before the funds would actually be spent.
So I have 2 questions. So first is that, why were these funds unobligated? And the second question is, so I saw that in the report, there was housing TIF districts number 12, 13, and 19, but that doesn't really tell me where they are. And I was looking for that, trying to find that. I wasn't able to find that.
Well, the first answer to your question is, they were sort of technically obligated before. They go to our housing improvement program.
Okay.
So boy, I can't even remember the year we started this now, but I think you were on the council. But we started a housing improvement program that basically allowed us to have dollars to be able to put into other affordable housing projects around the city. And so this is the dollars that went towards that. So there weren't projects that were identified yet, but as opportunities came up, it became dollars to use that towards. The areas that the dollars came from were basically 3 districts. One is our, now it's called Chaska Place apartments, which is the old North Meadows apartments next to the fire station. One is the Clover Ridge neighborhood, or Cloverfield neighborhood, when that was established. And then the third one was
Chaska Heights.
Chaska Heights, which is up across from Kohl's. And so, to me, what this does, plain and simple, is it gives us flexibility in how we want to use these dollars. It doesn't mean that we don't use it towards affordable housing, but if there's something that we look and say, hey, we think we accomplish a bigger goal, it gives us the ability to have flexibility in how to use them. But at the end of the day, if we come back and say, well, we could use it on this, and you guys say, no, we'd rather use it on affordable housing, we'll just keep it there. But by doing this, it gives us at least the flexibility to have a choice.
Okay. Now, the Baker Tilly report seemed to imply that we had to determine where that money went before the end of the year. But
yeah, you can leave it very open.
Okay.
And so we generally said downtown.
Okay.
And for state purposes, that was good enough.
Okay.
I think we did try and make it even more flexible if there were infrastructure projects or something else along those lines that we would want to use it for. Okay. That's included in there too.
So the degree to which we had to specify our plan was, kind of, there's some...
It's sort of mushy.
This is squishy, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
This is all about how do we create flexibility for ourselves.
Yep.
And give ourselves a choice on how we want to use these dollars.
By design, right?
Yep.
Understood.
So does this say, does it say downtown in here?
I think it references downtown once in there, very broadly.
When you're trying to create flexibility, you don't want to create too many things.
Specific references.
Yes. I think the key is that none of these things could happen without coming back to you guys and saying, is this what you want to have happen?
So basically, we just gotta say, yeah, we're gonna take the money and use it somewhere.
We have to say that we're in essence, enrolling it in this program. And the state said that if you're going to consider this, you have to do it before the end of this year, but you don't have to spend the dollars by the end of this year.
So we got it for 2 more years.
So we have it for 2 more years, that if there's something that comes up that we want to use it for more, it gives us the flexibility.
It's 2.5.
Yep.
But it's somewhere around, with the, based on it, we're kind of implying somewhere around the downtown-ish area.
Yeah, or it goes back into those area, or it goes, see, this is one of sort of the interesting things, is a housing improvement program can be used anywhere in the city, because for affordable housing districts, you can actually use that outside of the districts, but it also gives you flexibility in what you use it for. So it's both flexibility in where you use it and how you use it. It's one of those that we figured, as long as they gave us a tool, we might as well at least give ourselves the ability to use it.
I get it, but I've looked at this and I just didn't.
And I will note, our EDA attorney did take a look at the plan and made sure it met everything it needed to.
Okay, so, but we're approving it tonight, but it could change?
No, it won't, no, the spending plan will not change.
Okay, all right. I'm open to anyone's thoughts.
I was gonna make a motion, but.
The motion is for
To approve the temporary transfer authority of.
public hearing,
Yeah,
or,
or actually, we have to do the
sorry, I
public
gotta do
hearing
a
first.
public
Yeah,
hearing.
we gotta do that
We can't
first.
do anything yet, so.
I'm too early. I'm just.
We're done up here?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 10:55. Is there anyone here that would like to address the issue on resolution 2022-140? Kevin, I can see, but I'm gonna ask anybody, online?
Mike is here, though. My house? Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
your house.
I'll move to 10:56 and close the public hearing. Now I'd be entertaining a motion if someone, so, for a temporary transfer authority public transfer public authority resolution 2022-140.
It's getting late, so I'll move to approve temporary transfer authority public hearing, or a resolution 2022-140.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard.
Could you do that again?
Discussion?
That's a joke.
Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Moves us into other business.
Bills.
I gotta pay bills first.
Yeah, that'd be kind of nice.
Anyone got a question on a bill?
I'll keep it quick, 2 questions. Page 5, there was one that's for curb masters. It looked like 17.5 for playground curbing. Which playground was that for?
That's the new one up in Savannah, folks, up in the, just on the West Harvest neighborhood area.
Okay, and then page 9, there was an interesting one that was for Millbank Windwater Works. And what's interesting was that when I actually went to Google it, because it was for, inventory for some sort of meter horn, it looks like. It's, and they got almost exactly the same as the last one, which is totally unrelated, 17,430. I Googled it, and it showed that Millbank Windwater is out of business. And so I'm not sure what happened, or is it just like a bad Google search or what? Because I screenshot and sent it to you too.
Well, it is in business.
Okay.
At least the one we use is in business.
Okay.
And what it's for is 2 things. When you have a meter in your house, they call it the horn, but it's basically what holds your meter. And then there's 2 like screws that go on there. They're called something special here, but that's.
So basically, this is what holds the meter
The horn
in place.
holder.
The horn.
It's the horn secure.
The horn secure.
The horn and the horn secure.
Could be any clunkier name for that thing.
Yeah, but it's purely for, we need inventory because we continue, we'll have these apartment units and stuff going up to be able to have meters for there.
Gotcha. Okay, and the place that we're actually doing business with is not out of business?
No.
Okay. Good, so probably chalk it up to Google or Bing or someone just having a
They didn't
bad
pay
search.
their marketing fees to Google.
Apparently, it's permanently closed.
All right, anyone else?
That's all I got.
Motion to pay the bills.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Grau to pay the bills. Discussion. Hearing none, Elise.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Howard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Graf.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
All right, moves us to other business. Councilmember Hatfield.
Here we go. Just want to comment on Small Business Saturday and Hometown Holiday. Both weekends, I was able to get out and go downtown. No, I live downtown, so I just was downtown. And shopping and everything, it was really nice even on Saturday. I had to kind of like park further away from Dunn Brothers, and that was kind of fun to just, it was so busy. And every time I went to Carver Junk, I went to a few shops and all of them were busy. So I just want to thank everyone for coming down and supporting those businesses. And it was just so nice to hang out downtown with all my friends. So that was that. And thank you to the Downtown Business Alliance for the Hometown Holiday and everything they did for that. That's always a nice event that happened last Saturday, or this Saturday that just happened. Some upcoming things I want to call out. I just saw on Facebook that Citizens Academy is coming back. I love Citizens Academy, and I think everybody should do it. So that's going to be January 18th through March 8th on Wednesday nights. And it is a lot of fun to get to meet your neighbors doing it and to learn more about our police department, fire department, that sort of thing. And it's just a good time, and Officer Janke does a really good job with that and all that's involved. I know it's more than just her, but Coffee with a Cop is on 12/15 at 9 a.m. at Duncan. Food distribution that same day at noon. And then also, one thing I'm really passionate about every year is our commission appointments are coming up. And so hopefully everyone considers that and applying. And I always think it's nice when we get people in these seats, and I think it's even nicer when they jump in and want to say, I want to make a difference, and volunteer on those commissions. It's not an easy job. They volunteer their time to do that, but it is extremely meaningful, and I would say that their input is invaluable to us as a council. So hopefully people listening, 1.2 million viewers, there's some of you that want to apply for those commissions. So
1.1.
And reach out if you have any questions
Oh,
on that.
since I've been on the council, we added some more people, so.
I was saying 1.1 million people already applied.
Oh, okay.
That'd be a lot of interviews for us.
And that's all I had.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Don't have much. The tree lighting was very well done last night at Fireman's Park, and the Lensman family did a wonderful job hitting the switch on the tree. But nonetheless, it was a wonderful event and really well attended, and the tree always looks so beautiful there. So just really, really nice community event. The only other thing I wanted to highlight, since Councilmember Hatfield stole my thunder with the appointments, no.
You can stay too if you want.
Is the Chaska Parks and Recreation Guide is out for the winter, and enrollment for residents actually opened today. And, you know, things like swimming and some of the other activities go really fast. So just wanted to highlight that for the 1.2 million viewers we have watching right now, that you can go online and look at the guide online and sign up online, or else these handy magazines are posted all over some of the city facilities. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Let's move along.
Let's see, so also attended the hometown holiday lighting ceremony on Saturday and the Chaska tree lighting on Sunday. Both were great events and were well attended. We got to see some llamas, a carriage ride and so forth on Saturday, and then on Sunday it was a great turnout for the tree lighting. It seems like every year it seems like there's more and more people, so it's, you know, really great that's becoming more of an event. Like there was like, you know, there's, you know, the cotton candy stands and hot cocoa.
Yeah, it was
and all
really
this,
kind of fun to see the vendors there.
I had a number of people come up and say, this is just like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, cute it is.
Yes. So we're just waiting for the Hallmark movie in Chaska, right?
I
So
don't work on
Christmas in Chaska, that'll be the next Hallmark movie. So,
Wait, why is that?
so that was, so that was great to see the turnout. And also the commissions, as Councilmember Hatfield mentioned, you know, it's a great way to, you know, get involved and to be, you know, an active participant in what's going on, because there's so many things that we look to commissions for, you know, for input, for guidance, and, you know, and some of these are very, you know, very much practical driven commissions that, like the planning commission or heritage preservation, there's things that we can't do that they have the legal authority to do. So they're a necessary part of what we do as the council. So I encourage people to, to get involved, to apply, and to be part of that. And we're also a great way to learn about, how things work, and to also to, be able to get more engagement with all of us up here too. Except for that, next big holidays coming up are, of course, Christmas and New Year's. So still not, we have one more meeting before then, so save the rest for that, for later. That's all I got.
Good?
Yep.
Thank you. That'd be you.
That's me. I was not in attendance for the lighting at the C Square West, but my family was represented. I was coaching a basketball tournament in Prairie, so I did miss that. Mayor, I will just thank you and tell you I appreciate, your interaction with kids in that lighting. It's just actually pretty cool. So I watched the video, so that's not a moment of like trying to get on your good graces, but you do a really good job just in that environment interaction, and it's interesting because my two boys were able to win the contest largely because we have lots of grandmas that have good social media presences and can advertise things to like. But it was interesting because my youngest can be unpredictable sometimes in a good way. And so when he found out he won, he says, "What do I win? Am I gonna like it?" And I'm like thinking in my head, like, I'm not sure how this, like, I don't know. Like, so, because I'm thinking, like, I don't know. So then I told him, and he's just like, "That's awesome." And then he's like, "I thought maybe it was gonna be like $500, but that's awesome." I'm just like,
Wait, meeting with the mayor?
no, like pushing the button.
I could not get any of those, nobody wanted to touch the button. I was afraid they were gonna come on without the button.
Please.
Magically. Really, it was just, I kept going, somebody push this button.
Well, if you would have said no, I'll push it, you would have just hit it. But,
Well,
but I just thought that was
came
just fun,
off.
because it's just like, sometimes you just think, like this, like, especially the holiday season, it's a lot of material things, and like, I want just the simple task of lighting up lights. He's thrilled about it. So, appreciate
That's
that.
cool.
It was cool. Again, I will echo the, the lighting in Firepits Park. I liked, actually, like the Santa setup this time around. I like the big Minnesota chairs and everything like that. Yeah, it's good. I think it's nice that people, especially my network, social networks, like they like it, they're interested. You can see like, hey, they're also interested in that. People plan for that, which I think is pretty cool, because again.
Oh yeah, they're coming down dressed for it.
Yep, they're coming down dressed for it.
Like us that aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I will point out again, it's that, a little tie it back here full circle about that forward thinking at times. And, and I wasn't there, Mayor, you were, when we looked at that park and the curling center and that's a little of that forward thinking. That was the vision of that community gathering space and that lights and all that envision that I think continues to make Chaska feel like a Hallmark movie, which is all a good thing. So, that is all I have.
Thank you. Elise?
No updates.
Huh? Nothing?
Nothing.
Sorry, I written a note. Jake?
No report.
It's a good report. What about you there, Slick?
The only thing I have is in the bi-weekly, I mentioned about the Met Council is still looking for openings. You guys should really think about if there's people that you want to reach out into the community to ask to be a part of it. It's been a dozen years since we've had a representative from Chaska. And that's a big deal to have a representative from your community on the Met Council. And so if there's people who are listening, who are interested in being a part of it, or if you guys have ideas, definitely reach out to them to encourage them to do that, because it's not easy to get a Met Council spot. You have to go through an interview with the governor and all that kind of stuff, but it's definitely an impactful position.
Okay.
And they're taking the applications and on Friday the 9th, right?
Yes, so, yeah, this
So
upcoming
that
Friday.
is actually for our representative.
What, it's for our district representative.
Exactly.
Yep,
Yep.
yep,
Our current district representative lives in Shakopee, right?
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scott County. I don't know
Scott
where.
County.
I don't think it's Chaska.
Okay.
I don't know either, so. All right, you're good?
Yep.
All right, just a few quick things. How many lights are on that tree?
Quiz time.
58,000.
9,500.
Do we have any way to know?
Oh, I thought you knew the answer.
No, no. Somebody came up to me and
I can find out because it's in the spec of the tree we
The
got.
manual.
Give him the box.
It's a big box.
Let's find out, because I have to.
All right,
I have to appear at an event on Wednesday at the
Oh,
lodge,
all right.
and that's a trivia question.
You
that
can
I
just
was
make up
asked.
the number, you know.
You can't have trivia questions you don't know the answer to.
Yeah, you can.
Why do you think I'm not asking for it?
I thought you were asking a trivia question.
No.
I'll find it out
Just
tomorrow.
another thing, I'm fortunate to be able to be the, I don't know if you call it the MC at both lighting events, and that's a very cool honor to have, and it's a lot of fun. And it's some of the fun things that we do, that I get to do. So I always appreciate that every year that I get to do that. But from that, I would like to see when we are doing city square renovations, that we plant ourselves a new Christmas tree, because Charlie Brown is getting kind of weak.
Whoa, that's offensive. Good thing Nate's not here.
What do you mean? Charlie Brown tree? We need to
We
plant.
love our tree.
We need to start preparing for the future. That tree is not gonna last forever. That's an old tree.
Oh my gosh,
We
I'm
have
gonna
to
have to
prepare.
cry.
I'm not saying we can't decorate. We need to be prepared. No, it's not. It's fine. It'll get over it. John touched on this briefly, but what happened Sunday night at Fireman's Park was exactly what we had always planned about. We talked about having winter events there, summer events there, and to see all of the events and activities and things going on there, the only thing that was lacking for the Hallmark movie was snow. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Just a little snow globey. So that
I'll get my
really,
mashed potato
that,
flakes out.
it was really pretty amazing that, to see that many people, when I walked out of the event center and saw the people, it was like, holy cow. But again, weather was on our side, so I just had to say that, because it really was, all of the visions that we had were there that night, with the additions of the vendors there, so it kind of lit up. The only thing that we're missing, and I'm gonna bring this back again, is I still think that we should put the other tree up for raffles, to be decorated by residents, to have that whole
Oh,
park
you mean
lit up.
for the park? Oh, yeah.
Just put a, who wants a go decorated tree? And you
And
give,
there's a
there's a
contest?
number, no contest. There's a
Oh.
number on the tree, that's the tree you go decorate. No names, but decorate. We could, I think, easily get enough people that would be willing to take a tree and decorate it. There's enough outlets there, but they're in charge of everything. They're in charge of putting the decorations up and taking them down. Bringing all the extension cords. I talked about it again at our table at the 100 Club, and the people at the table said, yeah, I kind of like that. So I really would like to see somehow that if there's not a way that we couldn't put out an advertisement in November of next year to say, we have 15 or 25 trees available for residents to decorate. And you are fully in charge of it, top to bottom. And just to see, but could you imagine how cool that would be with all the different, and just let families do it? Huh?
There'd be like so many Green Bay Packer ones.
No, there isn't any
To be
Green
funny.
Bay Packers.
We'd have to have.
All right, speaking of the 100 Club, the 100 Club is an organization that buys all of our decorations throughout our city. And I just want to say thank you again to that organization. It's something that most towns, as far as I know, don't have, and don't have that. That's a city expense. We have We have the 100 Club that does that. I mean, if you look at what's happened at City Square Park, and now the additional lighting down here, but that's awesome. So I just want to say thank you to the 100 Club for all of that. I don't know what I wrote a note, and I don't know what it says. All right, lastly, prepare, the Santa Parade has been decided. It'll be December 21st. The route, I believe, is already posted, correct, Kevin?
Seeing if he's awake.
Okay, it will be posted in the near future.
It will be posted in 5 minutes. No.
Let him go home. I thought it was already out.
Make some adjustments to the map, but that's being worked on this week.
You have to make some
We have to make
adjustments.
some adjustments to the
Oh,
map.
okay. All right, so like I say, mark your calendars. Starts roughly 4:30, and we hope to be done by 9-ish. So, all right. Next council meeting is December 19th is actually when we do officially vote on the budget levy. So that's December 19th. Then as we move into 2023, the second is actually the legal holiday for the first. So our first meeting is January 9th. That is also where 3 of us will be sworn in, again, as council members. Then we move to the 23rd and possibly the 30th.
The 30th, I don't think we'll have a meeting, but I was looking at a work session that night.
Okay. So, because obviously it's a 5 Monday month, so, so the 19th, the 9th, and the 23rd. Last call? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hatfield,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Good night, thanks for hanging in with us. See you soon.
Can I?
Oh, man.
Recording stopped.